Chapter 2068 Return to the Weapon Path. Chapter 2068 Return to the Weapon Path. Book 18, Nowhere is Safe. Why? Yan Yi was really puzzled as he looked the old man in the eyes. The old man didn't say anything. He just flicked a blood-red command token to Yan Yi. There were 2 words on it, Yan Yi. Yan Yi asked, "What's that?" "A sage warrant," the gray-robed old man explained. "There's an alliance in the large universe. It's called the Sage Alliance. It's a mysterious organization outside the control of the 4 Paths and Martial Emperor Academy, and its members are all sages. They are sages from the various races, and they formed that alliance to form a united front against the progenitors of the 4 Paths." Yan Yi asked, "Why have they issued a bounty on me?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I don't know." "Now you have less than 10 minutes to leave the academy," Yan Yi asked. "Martial Emperor Academy fears the Sage Alliance?" "Fear?" The old man spoke indifferently. "My academy naturally doesn't fear them, and I know what you are trying to say. You must realize that you aren't a student of the academy. If you were, then even if the 4 Paths issued a bounty for your head, the academy would still keep you safe. Unfortunately, you're not a student of the academy, and you're not worth the price we'll have to pay to fight the Sage Alliance. You don't mind me being direct, right?" Yan Yi chuckled. "I don't. It's very normal." He cupped his fist and said, "Farewell." Yan Yi didn't hesitate to leave once he finished speaking. Once Yan Yi left, a voice resounded abruptly. "He's not bad." The old man nodded slightly. "The vortex he's in is too huge, and the academy doesn't want to be swept into it right now." The voice fell silent. After he left Avaricious Wolf Mountain, Yan Yi looked up at the sky. A long time passed before a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "The Sage Alliance?" He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. As soon as he left Martial Emperor City, the space in front of him trembled, and then a voice resounded from there. "Return to the Weapon Path!" It was Zhong Ye's voice. Yan Yi frowned slightly. Obviously, something had happened because Zhong Ye's voice was slightly anxious. "Return to the Weapon Path." Yan Yi fell silent for some time. Right when he was about to leave, a woman in white clothes appeared not too far away from him. The woman held a white paper parasol, and she was the same woman who'd recommended Yan Yi to the Sky class. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yan Ye's eyes. "What are you doing here?" The woman replied. "The Sage Alliance placed a bounty on your head." Yan Yi nodded. "I know." "But how do you know?" she replied. "The Sky class received the warrant too." Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. "What? The Sky class wants to kill me too?" She nodded. "Some are tempted. Because the compensation is an originite, a real originite. So, many others besides us are tempted too." Yan Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know why they put that bounty on me?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong, it should be because of the prehistoric ruins." "The prehistoric ruins?" Yan Yi frowned slightly. "Just because I've been in it?" She shook her head slightly. "Do you know that the mysterious buildings you encountered have appeared in the prehistoric ruins which belong to the Academy, the 4 Paths, and those mysterious organizations?" Yan Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied. "The 4 Paths and other mysterious organizations have sent their forces into those mysterious buildings, but practically all of them died, even a sage. There was someone who came out alive, but it was a progenitor from the Buddhist path. Now, another person has emerged safely, and that person is you." She glanced at him and asked, "You met someone from the prehistoric civilization, right?" Yan Yi didn't conceal it, and nodded because it was pointless to lie about it. After all, they'd already guessed the answer. She tightened her grip on her parasol upon seeing Yan Yi confirm it, but her face remained extremely calm. "What did they tell you?" Yan Yi gazed at her. "You're very interested in it?" She nodded. "The world is." Yan Yi smiled. "Didn't that progenitor from the Buddhist path go in there too?" She replied. "Who would go looking for him?" Yan Yi smiled. "Looks like it's strength that caused all of this." If I had the strength of a progenitor, then I presume that the Sage Alliance wouldn't dare to come looking for me, right? She spoke indifferently. Unfortunately, you don't. Yan Yi smiled. Let me guess, you gave me that recommendation letter for two reasons. Firstly, you hoped that I would die in the test. Secondly, you probably were trying to buy time so that I wouldn't leave the academy so soon, right? In the beginning, had been quite suspicious when she gave him the recommendation letter. After all, nothing came free in this world. She didn't know him at all, so she had no reason to recommend him. As for appreciating his strength, while the strength Head revealed was quite strong, it wasn't that great. It wasn't sufficient to impress a genius like her. However, he hadn't expected that someone had put a bounty on his head. The woman closed her eyes slowly. You're not ordinary, and neither is your strength. I don't want to fight you to the death. So just hand over what you obtained in that mysterious ruins and tell me what you encountered there, all right? Yan Yi smiled. What if I refuse? The woman suddenly opened her eyes, and then her parasol vanished abruptly. An instant later, it appeared above Yan Yi, and then countless rays of light shot out from it. In just an instant, Yan Yi was enveloped by them. Meanwhile, a ray of white light shot upwards from within the rays of light, and then an ethereal white dragon appeared behind Yan Yi. The huge ethereal dragon had blocked away all the rays of light. The woman's expression remained indifferent as she twisted her hands slightly. In an instant, violet lightning flashed out from the parasol, and they struck the ethereal dragon behind Yan Yi. Bang! A dragon roar resounded while Yan Yi was pushed over 300 m back. At this moment, Yan Yi's body was covered in electricity. Numb! Yan Yi felt numb right now. The bolt of lightning has instantly numbed his entire body. If he hadn't circulated the primordial violet energy within him, he may have been rendered immobile. As expected of someone from the sky class. Yan Yi took a deep breath. Had never considered himself to be unmatched in the younger generation. He once rarely had opponents, but it didn't represent that there weren't any capable of rivaling him. This woman who was about the same age as him possessed strength that wasn't any weaker to his own. Swish! Meanwhile, another bolt of lightning flashed down from above Yan Yi, and it was like a snake that shot down at Yan Yi. This time, Yan Yi didn't dare to resist it head-on with just his physical defenses. Yan Yi raised his palm and a sword soundlessly appeared on it. An instant later, the sword started spinning rapidly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. Boom! A resounding explosion surged through the area above Yan Yi, and then countless rays of sword energy and electricity swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yan Yi waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed before a sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he vanished on the spot and appeared in front of the woman. Yan Yi stabbed his sword forward. It was just a simple stabbing motion. He was most skilled in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, a parasol appeared before the woman, and Yan Yi's sword stabbed it. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically, and his figure was blasted away. Once he stopped himself, he glanced at his right hand, and he noticed that it was covered in blood. At least 90% of the force of his attack had been bounced back to him. Yan Yi looked up at her, or to be more precise, he was looking at her parasol. The lightning Nirvana umbrella! Meanwhile, she spoke abruptly. A divine treasure once used by a progenitor. It contains 9 divine sky lightning seeds, and the energy of rebirth. So, even sages can't harm me while I have it in my possession. She started walking slowly in Yan Yi's direction. I'll give you one last chance. I guarantee that you'll regret it if you don't cherish this opportunity. Yan Yi chuckled. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. At this moment, she stopped moving. Suddenly, 2 swords appeared in Yan Yi's grasp. Moreover, another huge ethereal sword appeared from within Yan Yi. 3 swords. Her eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this, and her parasol started to tremble in her grasp. It seemed like it was telling her something. Meanwhile, Yan Yi grinned. Come! Stop 3 of my swords! As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and the 3 swords were arranged in a pattern as they shot toward her. The woman took a small step back, and then her parasol suddenly started spinning. In an instant, bolts of lightning surged forward, and it only took an instant for the area to be enveloped by numerous arcs of lightning. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's swords arrived before her. Chapter 2069 The Reason. Chapter 2069 The Reason. 3 swords. The 3 swords shot through the web of lightning. In the beginning, they were extremely swift, but they slowed down upon coming into contact with the web of lightning. Even then, they were still moving forward. Finally, they passed through the lightning and arrived in front of the woman. Meanwhile, the parasol in front of her suddenly shot forward and stopped Yan Ye's swords. Bang! The swords and parasol shook violently, and time seemed like it had frozen at this moment. Hiss! A moment later, the swords pierced through the parasol and flashed forward. Bang! The parasol exploded apart, but at the same moment, countless bolts of violet lightning rained down upon Yan Ye like a storm. Crackle! Countless bolts of lightning surged through space like little snakes, and they were accompanied by fine rays of sword energy. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before everything returned to normal. At this moment, both Yan Ye and the woman were still here. Yan Ye was in quite a sorry state. His clothes were scorched black, and there were many arcs of electricity flickering throughout his body. Every single flicker of it made Yan Ye's body twitch slightly. As for the woman, she had 2 swords in her chest. Judgment, and the Sword Supreme. She glanced at the swords in her chest, and then looked up at Yan Ye. I underestimated you. Yan Ye closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable. While the electricity hadn't pierced through his defenses, it caused his entire body to be numbed. If he didn't have primordial violet energy to ceaselessly repair his body, he would have been transformed into a corpse by now. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, You won't be able to escape. Yan Ye opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then waved his right hand. The swords in her chest immediately flew back into his grasp. He put them away and left. Meanwhile, the woman's figure was gradually turning ethereal. Right when she was about to vanish completely, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in front of her, and then it enveloped her, causing the rate at which she was turning ethereal to immediately slow down. She spoke softly. Master, I failed. A voice resounded. I underestimated him. She said. I underestimated him too. His physical defense and recovery far surpassed my expectations. The voice said. I've suppressed the vitality within you, so you'll survive. Don't interfere in this anymore. Just return to the academy and recover. Master, why didn't you act against him? The woman spoke abruptly. If you did, he would have definitely died, right? The voice replied. If I did, it would change things. At our level of cultivation, there are many rules that we can ignore, but there are many that we have to uphold too. Otherwise, the world would fall into chaos. Simply speaking, if I killed him, then you and many of your junior brothers would probably not live to see the sun rise again tomorrow. She nodded slightly. I understand. Meanwhile, the voice resounded. Just recuperate. Someone else will deal with everything else. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the ball of golden light took the woman with it, and returned to Martial Emperor City. Yan Ye shot through space on his sword. Back to the weapon path. He was very well aware of the situation that he was in. Presently, he was definitely at the center of a huge vortex, and those people definitely weren't targeting him just because he had emerged safely from that mysterious ruin. It was obvious from how Martial Emperor Academy had immediately driven him out of their territory. The Academy was definitely not afraid of the Sage Alliance, and driving Yan Ye out was like a show of weakness to the Sage Alliance. But since they didn't fear the Sage Alliance, they would definitely not show weakness to them. Thus, there definitely was another reason. I'll head back to the weapon path and ask Shongyi for answers. Yan Ye sped up. Based on his current speed, it would take him less than a day to return to the weapon path. However, he was stopped right when he was about to enter the weapon dimension. It was a middle-aged man who obstructed his path, and the middle-aged man was holding a huge sword. Yang Yi had never seen the man before. Yang Yi asked, "May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man replied, "The weapon path's guardian." "The weapon path's guardian?" Yang Yi frowned. "Do you need something?" The middle-aged man replied, "You can't enter the weapon dimension." "Huh?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" The middle-aged man replied, "No reason. You just can't." Yang Yi asked, "Where's Zhongyi?" The middle-aged man replied, "I don't know." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment. What's going on? Why is even the weapon path acting like this? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man spoke again. "Leave immediately. Just go." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and Yang Yi saw an old man walk slowly in his direction. It was Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man, and the latter cupped his fist and left. Yang Yi said, "I don't really understand what's going on." Elder Yuan replied, "Of course you don't. It's a fight between those extraordinary experts, and you're just a pawn to them." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "A pawn?" Elder Yuan said, "Do you really think no one knows you're from the Tao path? Wouldn't they be completely useless if they couldn't figure that out?" Yang Yi asked, "It's just because I'm a successor of the Tao path?" Elder Yuan shook his head. "Of course not. There are many successors of the Tao path. So, why don't they target them instead of you? It's because they think you have the Tao path's precious treasure. No, they don't just think that, they are quite certain it's with you. The Tao path's precious treasure! The primordial pagoda!" At this moment, Yang Yi finally came to an understanding. So it was all because of the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan added, "Those truly extraordinary experts hadn't acted against you because the Tao progenitor was still there, and you are the person he chose. So, they naturally wouldn't dare to act against you while he was present. At the very least, those progenitors wouldn't act against you. After all, existences at their level had to follow some rules. If they didn't, it would only lead to both sides suffering heavy losses." Yang Yi asked, "Then why are they acting against me now? Have they?" Elder Yuan replied with a question. "If they have, would you still be alive?" Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan added, "Even now, they haven't acted against you themselves. But while they haven't done so personally, it doesn't represent that the people below them won't. Moreover, those people usually kill others without the person even realizing anything." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You're surely wondering if you can go to the Tao path, right?" Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan, and the latter replied, "It's best if you don't." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Elder Yuan explained. "When you just arrived in the large universe, the four paths and some other mysterious powers hadn't acted against you, and that's because the Tao progenitor was still present here. Yet now he isn't." "He isn't?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "He's dead? What are you talking about?" Elder Yuan derided. "How can someone at their level of cultivation die that easily? According to my knowledge, the Tao progenitor is in closed-door cultivation. I presume he's aware that chaos is about to descend upon the world, so he has started to make some preparations." "Closed-door cultivation." Yang Yi's frown deepened. Elder Yuan continued, "You may not be welcome in the Tao path if you go there after he entered into closed-door cultivation. After all, he didn't openly acknowledge you as his disciple. Moreover, you possess a precious treasure. So if you go there, it may be the Tao path's own members who act against you first. Those fellows aren't weak at all." Yang Yi cupped his fist to Elder Yuan and said, "Thank you for the answers." Elder Yuan smiled. "Don't stay in the weapon path either. Zhongyi is a good kid, and he isn't to blame for this. Moreover, you have to thank him. You were only able to get here because he was helping you keep those sages away." Yang Yi glanced at the entrance of the weapon dimension and chuckled. Elder Yuan said, "The weapon path has no place for you because they don't want to get swept into this. Otherwise, the weapon progenitor won't have a moment of peace from now on." Of course, most importantly, you're a member of the Tao Path. Just think about it, why would the weapon path do something that wouldn't benefit them at all? Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, thank you for the explanation. I must leave. Before I do that, can I ask you a question? Why do you know so much? Elder Yuan smiled. With long life comes great knowledge. I know about things even if I don't want to. Yang Yi sensibly avoided pursuing an answer when Elder Yuan didn't give him one. As far as he was concerned, all that mattered was that Elder Yuan had no ill intent towards him. It was his intuition which told him that the old man held no ill intent towards him. Yang Yi looked up at the weapon dimension. In the past, he felt that he was partially a member of the weapon path, and he was even thinking about sharing the inheritance stone with the weapon path. He was someone who treated others as how they treated him. As for now, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the crystalline and translucent inheritance stone appeared in his grasp. He passed it to Elder Yuan and said, Please pass that to Zhongyi. Tell him I don't blame the weapon path or him for driving me away, nor do I have the right to blame him. All I can blame is my own lack of strength. Yang Yi turned around and left. Elder Yuan suddenly asked, Where do you plan to go? Yang Yi stopped and roared with laughter. The world is huge. Home is everywhere. If the world wants my life, then it'll put an end to the world. Chapter 2070 Let's Just Fight. Chapter 2070 Let's Just Fight. At the entrance to the weapon dimension, Elder Yuan stood there silently while looking in the direction Yang Yi had left towards. A long time passed before a middle-aged man appeared beside him. It was Zhongyi. Elder Yuan waved the inheritance stone over to Zhongyi and said, The relationship between him and your weapon path has been completely severed. Zhongyi gazed silently at the inheritance stone before him. Elder Yuan turned around and left. Zhongyi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he gazed at the inheritance stone and said, The weapon path is truly fucking useless. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In the clouds, Yang Yi stood atop one of the clouds and glanced at the surroundings. Where should he go now? He naturally couldn't go back to Su Qingshi and the others. He was like a ball of flames that would burn anything that came close to him. Now, his main objective was to improve his strength. Of course, he had one more thing to do before that. Yang Yi vanished into the sky. The prehistoric ruins. Yang Yi arrived in the prehistoric ruins again, or to be more precise, had arrived at the place where the mysterious ruins had been that day. However, there was nothing here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, a circle of blue light appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked in. The circle of blue light trembled, and then it enveloped Yang Yi. An instant later, Yang Yi appeared within the multicolored hall, and the casket was not too far away from him. The voice resounded from within the casket. You've come! Yang Yi nodded and withdrew a spatial ring. There are quite a few immortal crystals in there. I'm not sure if they're enough. He flicked the spatial ring over to the casket. A short while passed before the voice within the casket said, It's enough for now. Yang Yi nodded. Right, did someone get here in the past? Yes, someone did. The voice continued. That person was much stronger than you, and he could be considered to be extremely formidable even in our era. Yang Yi asked, Can you reveal what he came here for? The voice in the casket remained silent for a long time and said, He made a deal with me. Yang Yi asked, What deal? The voice replied, Sorry, but I can't tell you. Yang Yi was quite disappointed. He glanced at the casket and said, What's your objective? The voice replied, That isn't what you should be worried about. You don't seem to be in a very good situation. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. How did you know? The voice replied, This won't do. You can't keep asking me all the questions. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, Sorry, I'm just a little curious. The voice said, Can you help me with something? Yang Yi asked, What? Suddenly, 4 stellar maps appeared before Yang Yi. These are 4 small worlds that my people sealed up all those years ago. There's a sprite in every one of them. Can you help me bring them back? Of course, you'll be compensated, and you'll definitely be satisfied by it. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Why don't you do it yourself? I wouldn't be staying in this casket if I could leave. The voice continued. Human, I have no ill intent toward you. However, once I woke up, I noticed that this world of yours doesn't really welcome my presence. Yet now, I can't leave this place. I need to find the things that my people left behind, but if I go by myself, I'll face a huge amount of trouble and may even get killed. Yang Yi thought for a long time and asked, What's the compensation? Let me make it clear that I have a lot of treasures, and they're not ordinary. As for cultivation techniques, I don't really need them. I have my own path in the sword Tao to take. The voice said, How about I help you attain the Zen realm of your world? Yang Yi shook his head. Can it be something else? The voice asked. What do you want? Yang Yi raised his palm, and a pearl of blood appeared on it. This is a quintessence blood pearl of my second sister. Can you help bring her back to life? Blood Maiden! How could Yang Yi have forgotten about her? In the lower universe, had been told to go look for the Buddhist progenitor because the Buddhist progenitor could revive her. However, because of the monkey, had been blacklisted by the Buddhist path, so going to seek their help would be no different than asking for insult. As for the weapon path, had asked Zhong Yi about it. However, the answer Zhong Yi gave him was that Zhong Yi couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Zhong Yi told him not to ask the weapon progenitor because reviving someone had a price to be paid. To a certain extent, Blood Maiden was dead, but she couldn't be considered to be completely dead, because her quintessence blood pearl was still here. In other words, it was possible to revive her. However, only progenitors were capable of such feats in this world. But just as Zhong Yi had said, it had a cost to be paid, so why would they pay that price to revive Blood Maiden? That was why he hadn't asked the weapon progenitor for help. Now, had finally found someone he could ask. A long time passed before the voice resounded from within the casket. I dare not guarantee that I'll be able to succeed. Yang Yi was visibly relieved when he heard this. How confident are you? If you can find those 4 sprites for me, then I'll have an 80% chance. If you only find one, I'll have a 20% chance. The voice continued. I'm not trying to force you to find them, but I need them to help me recover my strength. The more strength I recover, the greater my chances will be. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Yi turned around and started walking away. Meanwhile, a thumb-sized blue gem appeared before Yang Yi. An origin stone! Yang Yi asked. What does it do? The voice explained. If you encounter danger that you can't deal with, you can crush it. It'll instantly teleport you back here. Of course, those so-called progenitors of your world are able to stop it with ease. However, if experts at that level of cultivation want to kill you, then based on your current strength, you'll definitely die no matter what. Yang Yi said. Thank you. He vanished from the hall once he finished speaking. The hall fell silent. Once Yang Yi left, the mysterious building vanished. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot for a short while, and then he was about to leave when he suddenly turned around. There was a person seated cross-legged there. That person had his back to him, so Yang Yi couldn't see the person's appearance. The person suddenly said, Young brother, you received the favor of the Tao progenitor, and now you're come into contact with someone from before our history. Your fortune is truly extraordinary. Yang Yi glanced at the person and said, I don't know about fortune, but I have quite a bit of trouble. There are probably countless sages waiting to kill me in the outside world. That's normal. The person continued. Where there is gain, there is a price to pay. It's a principle that has remained for eternity. Yang Yi went straight to the point. Are you here to kill me? The person replied. Of course not. If I wanted to kill you, then perhaps only the Tao progenitor himself can keep you safe. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. May I know which progenitor you are? The person replied. That isn't important. I came here just to see the person that the Tao progenitor chose. While you aren't what I expected, you do barely pass. I just never expected to see you entering that hall. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What are you trying to say? Or what do you want? The person chuckled. Do you know the history of the people before our history? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. The person replied. I know a little. Always be on guard when working with them. That's all I have to say. The person vanished into thin air once he finished speaking. Who is he? Yang Yi frowned. A short while passed before he shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and vanished into the sky. Not long after Yang Yi vanished, that person appeared here once more. That person spoke softly. The past is the past. Why interfere in the future? A long time passed before a voice resounded. You're part of the future, so why do you interfere in the past? That person fell silent. A short while passed before that person spoke softly. Chaos is about to descend upon the world. It isn't just your people. The God race, the Mok, the Tiaman, and many other races who have been in hiding for countless years are gradually showing themselves. Fine, everyone has their own destiny, and it's the same for every race. It will all depend on our own luck. The person vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The area fell silent again. Yang Yi left the planet which housed the mysterious ruins and entered the boundless expanse of outer space. He recalled the 4 stellar maps had been given. A short while passed before he chose one and viewed it carefully before intending to find the first sprite. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around and looked off into the distance. Such sharp senses. A voice came from there, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. The middle-aged man's upper body was completely bare, and there was a ferocious beast tattooed on his body. It looked like an extremely fierce wolf. The Major Zen realm. The middle-aged man wasn't a sage, but he was at the Major Zen realm at the very least. Moreover, while he wasn't a sage, he made Yang Yi feel a sense of pressure. An expert. The middle-aged man walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Dalio. I don't think you've heard of me. After all, I'm not human. From the Azura race. I heard your worth an originite, so I came for you. Suddenly Yang Yi waved his hand. Cut the crap. Let's just fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Chapter 2071 Sprites. Chapter 2071 Sprites. Dalio's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi's sword had arrived before him. His expression didn't change at all as he took a small step back and pushed his right palm forward. A pitch-black rod appeared in his grasp, and he grabbed it tightly before stabbing it forward. The rod struck straight against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Clang! A sharp explosion resounded. The powerful force from the collision blasted both of them backwards. Suddenly, Dalio's rod transformed into a ray of black light that shot up into the air before immediately slamming down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step back and raised his hands. A sword floated above each of his palms while a huge ethereal sword appeared around him. Yang Yi had split his attention into 3. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and then 3 rays of light flashed instantaneously. Meanwhile, the black ray of light had enveloped Yang Yi's sword energy. However, it only took a moment for the sword energy to slice it apart, and they didn't slow down at all as they instantly appeared before Dalio. The powerful sword energy sliced open numerous little holes in the space around Dalio, while Dalio himself had turned quite pale, and there was an unprecedentedly solemn expression in his eyes. If he could stop this attack, he would live. If he failed, he would die. Dalio closed his eyes slowly when Yang Yi's attacks arrived before him, and at the moment his eyes were fully shut, he stabbed the rod forward. Dalio hadn't chosen to defend himself. Had chosen to risk his life to take Yang Yi's life. He had extensive combat experience, so he knew that Yang Yi would definitely suppress him in battle if he retreated. Because at that time, he would lose his momentum in battle. In many battles, momentum was very important, and retreating would destroy that for him. So, Dalio had chosen to risk his life. Of course, he didn't really plan to lose his life, and he merely wanted to force Yang Yi to defend himself. So long as Yang Yi defended himself, he could counterattack and suppress Yang Yi instead. It was a move that had never failed him. Unfortunately, he was in battle with Yang Yi. Risking his life in battle? Yang Yi couldn't wish for anything better. Yang Yi's swords didn't slow down at all, and this caused Daluo's pupils to constrict. He knew that had made the wrong choice. But at this moment, he couldn't dodge anymore. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of bodies being torn open resounded twice, and then the surroundings fell silent. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi turned around and left. There was a bloody hole in Yang Yi's chest because Daluo's rod had stabbed through him. However, Yang Yi's sword had stabbed through Daluo's body as well. Yang Yi's body was strong, and he had primordial violet energy too. So, while it had been able to harm him, it wasn't lethal. As for Daluo, he wasn't that lucky. As soon as the sword stabbed him, the powerful energy within the swords instantly destroyed the life within Daluo. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and walked over to Daluo. He sized up Daluo's body and put the corpse away. He planned to refine a sword servant. A major Zen realm sword servant was extremely useful. An hour later, Yang Yi succeeded in making Daluo into a sword servant. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a smile curled up on his face. It gradually turned into a cold smile. He knew that Daluo wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. However, Yang Yi didn't mind. He was all alone now, so he didn't fear anyone. Not to mention a major Zen realm expert, he didn't even fear a sage. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi shot through the boundless reaches of space on his sword. The stellar maps the prehistoric existence gave him represented 4 different worlds, and he was going to a world called Mist. It was quite a strange name, but it made sense since it had been named by someone from the prehistoric times. As he traveled, Yang Yi noticed that the route displayed on the stellar map was exactly similar to the route he was taking. It was exactly similar. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and then a solemn expression gradually appeared on his face. A long time passed before he shook his head and smiled. So what? I just have to do what I have to do. Yang Yi sped up once he finished speaking. A day later, Yang Yi stopped. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he finally understood why it was called mist. Only white mist filled his vision, or it should be said that mist covered the entire planet. It was all mist. Yang Yi frowned. How do I find that sprite? Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes lit up as had thought of Snowy. Snowy. Since it was a sprite, it would never be able to escape Snowy. After all, Snowy innately countered such sprites. Moreover, her senses were amazing, so they would be absolutely incapable of escaping her. However, Yang Yi didn't call Snowy out immediately. After all, the evil treasure was still behind him. The evil treasure! As soon as he thought about it, Yang Yi suddenly realized something. The evil treasure was fond of devouring divine beasts and natural treasures. So, if he found the sprite, wouldn't the evil treasure devour it? Just do what you need to do! Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Yang Yi's face froze. Sure enough, it's still behind me. Meanwhile, the evil treasure continued. I'm not interested in that sprite lord you have with you or these other sprites. I won't devour them. Because if I do, it'll make someone unhappy. So, you don't have to worry about them. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Who's that person? The evil treasure suddenly replied. That's none of your business. Yang Yi's face darkened. What the hell? What a terrible temper. Yang Yi ignored the evil treasure and summoned Snowy. A small head emerged from Yang Yi's chest, and she kept looking left and right. Yang Yi patted her on the head and smiled. Come out. It's safe. Snowy immediately relaxed when she heard him and leaped up on his shoulder. She was about to rub her head against Yang Yi's cheek when she suddenly looked off into the distance and pointed. Yang Yi asked, There's something there? Snowy nodded. Yang Yi took her in his arms and started walking in that direction. However, as he walked, Snowy suddenly pointed to the right, so Yan Yi immediately changed his direction. However, it didn't take long for Snowy to point left. Just like that, Yan Yi went in circles with Snowy. Yan Yi raised her up to eye level and said, "Little fellow, are you playing with me?" Snowy revealed an innocent expression. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to understand that Snowy wasn't playing with him, and it was the thing which was going in a circle around them. It was just around them. Yan Yi spoke softly. "Where is it?" Snowy pointed behind Yan Yi. A moment later, Yan Yi vanished on the spot, and he shot swiftly in that direction. However, he noticed nothing. As soon as he stopped, Snowy pointed behind him again. Yan Yi's face fell at the sight of this. It was far faster than him. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and gazed at Snowy. "Can you make it show itself?" Snowy blinked. A short while passed before she suddenly looked off into the distance and waved her paw lightly. Nothing happened. Snowy gazed at Yan Yi, and the latter shrugged. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she looked off towards the side and waved again. However, nothing happened again. It refused to give Snowy face. Snow suddenly opened her mouth. In an instant, the mist here surged towards Snowy. Suddenly, a ball of green light appeared not too far away from them. Snowy immediately stopped when she saw it. Yan Yi glanced at the ball of green light, and he saw a tiny green tail at the back of it. A sprite. Yan Yi knew that the ball of light was the sprite on this planet. As for why it showed itself, it was obviously because of Snowy. Snowy was a sprite lord, and so these sprites had a good impression of her. However, it seemed like the sprite was apprehensive towards him. Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at Yan Yi, pointed at the ball of light, and then pointed at herself. Yan Yi frowned. "It wants you to stay and play with it?" Snowy nodded. Yan Yi shook his head. "Tell it that you can't. However, it can come with us." Snowy turned to the ball of green light and started waving her paws. A short while passed before it started to tremble in response. Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at Yan Yi. She was about to say something when something unexpected occurred. A huge golden net appeared above them. The green ball of light immediately transformed into a ray of green light that vanished into the distance. Yan Yi and Snowy were stunned as well. Suddenly, the ball of green light returned to them because the golden net had surrounded a huge area of space, and it was closing on them. "I've been waiting for so long! You've finally shown yourself!" A voice resounded, and then a young man appeared outside the net. There was a middle-aged man and an old man by the young man's side. The old man had his arms wrapped around a sword, and he was looking down. As for the middle-aged man, he had a saber hanging from his waist, and his hand was on its hilt as he gazed at Yan Yi. The young man's gaze descended onto the ball of green light, and he smiled. "A mist sprite, one that has absorbed the energy in a planet for countless years. TSK, TSK. No wonder even some progenitors are tempted by it." Meanwhile, the ball of green light suddenly flew over to Snowy, and then it touched Snowy's paw with its tiny tail. Snowy blinked, and then she patted the ball of light. After that, she struck her own chest and seemed to be assuring the sprite that she would protect it. Meanwhile, the young man's gaze descended onto Snowy. His eyes lit up when he saw Snowy. "What do I see? A sprite lord? Ha ha! The heavens are truly kind to me." Chapter 2072, The Sovereign of Man's Son. The young man's voice was filled with excitement. Snowy blinked, and then gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi rubbed her head gently, and then looked up at the young man. "They're mine!" Yan Yi felt that it was best to be reasonable and try to discuss the matter. Otherwise, others would say that he was unreasonable. The young man moved his gaze from Snowy to Yan Yi, sized up Yan Yi, and smiled. "Looks like it's time for a competition of backing. Come, let me guess. Since you possess a sprite lord and were able to find this place, I presume you're not from an ordinary clan or organization. You're holding a sword too, so are you from the Xianyuan clan?" Yan Yi shook his head. "Oh?" The young man smiled. "You're not from the Xianyuan clan?" Then the Gui clan? Or the Jiang clan? I don't think you're from the Ji clan because Jiyu is the only capable genius in the Ji clan's younger generation right now. But you're clearly not a woman disguised as a man. So if I'm not wrong, you should be from the Gui clan or Jiang clan, right? Yang Yi smiled. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The young man roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he suddenly said, Do you know who I am? Yang Yi shook his head. The young man smiled. I'm the son of the sovereign of man. So, I'll be taking that Miss Sprite and Sprite Lord on behalf of the human race. You don't have any objections, right? The sovereign of man? Yang Yi was stunned, and it didn't take long for a weird expression to appear on his face. He's actually the sovereign of man's son. The sovereign of man. Even though Yang Yi had never met the sovereign of man, there was quite a bit of enmity between them. Or it should be said that the enmity between them was quite serious. So, now that he met his enemy's son, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, smiled, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. You plan to attack us? The young man suddenly smiled. Are you thinking about killing us to keep us quiet? I am so scared. As he spoke, he intentionally put on a very exaggerated expression of fear. Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man suddenly opened his eyes. He pulled the young man behind him and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Is your surname Yang? Surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. You recognize me? The old man's face instantly became serious when he heard Yang Yi admit it, and then he spoke solemnly. Yuan Li, take the young master with you and leave. The young man was stunned when he heard this, and then he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, You're Yang Yi, the person who's wanted by my human race. Yang Yi grinned. I think so. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly while the old man suddenly said, Young master, I'm begging you to leave. The young man suddenly smiled. Uncle Li, is he really that terrifying? The old man sighed. His identity has been confirmed. He's a successor of the Tao path, and he's linked to the weapon path too. Besides that, he has been to the mysterious Martial Emperor Academy. In short, no one can do anything to him unless a sage acts against him. Just listen to my advice and leave right now, all right? The young man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, We'll meet again. He turned around and intended to leave. However, he'd only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around, pressed his palms together, and transformed into a pillar of golden light that shot at Yang Yi. There was a fine character which represented man within the pillar of light. Yang Yi didn't say a word and just swung his sword. Bang! The pillar of golden light was sliced into pieces, and the young man was blasted backwards. At the same time, a ray of sword energy stabbed down from above Yang Yi. The old man was attacking. Yang Yi didn't even look up. He just flipped his palm, and a sword started floating on it. A moment later, the sword shot up into the air and stabbed against the old man's sword. The powerful force of the collision and the special traits of the sword itself caused the old man's sword to shatter. At the same time, the old man was blasted away. Die! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from Yang Yi's right, and then a huge palm that flickered with crimson-red flames emanated a wave of terrifying pressure as it slammed down at Yang Yi. It was the middle-aged man who'd launched this attack. Yang Yi didn't draw his sword. He just turned around and swung a punch. Boom! His punch carried the roar of a dragon. As soon as they collided, the middle-aged man was instantly blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was pushed over 100 m back. At this moment, his entire arm was completely red like it had been burned. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. Interesting. He shook his right hand once he finished speaking, and his arm had been completely repaired by his primordial violet energy. The middle-aged man's face fell from the sight of this. Young master, leave. Meanwhile, the old man spoke again. The young man gazed at the old man. We have 2 major Zen realm and 1 minor Zen realm expert in our group, yet we can't do anything to him? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands. In an instant, the space in the surroundings trembled violently, and then rays of golden light seeped out from within him. They were like small snakes which shot at Yan Yi. A technique! In just an instant Yan Ye's figure was enveloped within them. However, as soon as they enveloped him, a sword howl resounded, and then countless beams of sword energy erupted from within the golden light. Bang! The golden light instantly exploded apart. At the same time, a ray of light instantly arrived in front of the young man. However, the middle-aged man appeared in front of him, and his flaming palms clamped down upon Yan Ye's sword. Suddenly, a foot stomped down on the hilt of the sword. Hiss! The sword shot straight through and instantly stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide. Yan Yi was about to attack again when the middle-aged man suddenly charged forward and wrapped his arms around Yan Ye's shoulder. He spoke ferociously. "Yan Yi, let's die together!" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of flames erupted from within him, and it instantly enveloped both him and Yan Yi. Bang! But just a moment later, a ball of white light blasted out of the flames, and then a man walked out from there. There was a huge ethereal white dragon behind the man. The Sky Dragon. Yan Yi raised his palm and slapped it forward, and the ball of flames by his side was instantly obliterated. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The young man's face finally had a serious expression on it, and besides seriousness, there was a trace of fear. "Young master, leave!" The old man spoke once more. The young man gazed at the old man. "Be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Yan Yi smiled. "Is it worth it to give your life up for someone like that?" The old man closed his eyes slowly and twisted his palms. In an instant, numerous ethereal swords appeared around him. Yan Yi suddenly said, "As a sword cultivator, how can you allow your sword to be another's servant? A bound heart is a bound sword." Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Yan Yi. "Thank you for the reminder. Unfortunately, it's too late for me. I hope I have a second chance at life. If I still pick up the sword in my next life, then my sword will never become another's servant." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In an instant, over 10,000 swords rained down like a storm. It was the old man's final attack. Yan Yi shook his head. He took a step forward, and all the swords stopped in midair. The sword domain. Yan Yi had used the sword domain to suppress them by force, but while he'd suppressed them, they hadn't vanished. Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and then 36 ethereal swords appeared in the sword domain. A moment later, rays of light crisscrossed throughout the surroundings. The invincible sword formation. 3 breaths of time later, everything calmed down here. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the rays of light vanished without a trace. The sword domain. The old man muttered like he'd lost his soul. Bang! Meanwhile, a pair of wings appeared behind Yan Yi, and then he appeared extremely far away. A man was dashing madly through space. It was the son of the sovereign of man. After the few collisions they'd had with Yan Yi, he was very well aware that they couldn't do anything to Yan Yi. So, he'd decisively chosen to flee. 30 breaths of time. The man stared into the distance. "I'll be safe in 30 breaths of time." He sped up again. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stopped. A ray of light descended before him, and it dispersed to reveal the figure of a man. The young man stared at the man. "Yan Yi, are you really planning on killing me?" Yan Yi cracked a smile. "Yes, that's exactly what I want." Yan Yi's figure vanished on the spot. The young man's expression changed drastically. He pressed his palms together and slammed them forward. Bang! A wave of powerful energy surged out from his palms. However, it hadn't been able to stop Yan Yi's sword energy, and the sword energy forced its way through the energy and stabbed forward. Hiss! The ray of sword energy flashed, and the young man's figure stiffened on the spot. Meanwhile, Yan Yi appeared behind the young man. The young man's eyes were opened wide. His lips trembled, and he seemed like he wanted to say something, but Yan Yi swung his sword backwards. Hiss! The young man's head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, space trembled far away in space. Someone was forcefully traveling through space and was about to emerge there. Obviously, it was the person who'd come to save the young man. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He sheathed his sword and was ready to draw it at any moment. Chapter 2073. I do. Yang Yi watched as the trembling expanse of space suddenly calmed down, and then an old man walked out from there. A sage. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected a sage to be here. However, why would he fear that sage? Yang Ye's profound energy circulated while judgment was swapped for the sword supreme. The old man took a step forward and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from Yang Yi. They were extremely close. The old man glanced at the young man's corpse, shook his head, and then gazed at Yang Yi while a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the sword supreme. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "There's no need to attack. I'm not here to kill you." Huh! Yang Yi gazed at the old man with a puzzled expression. The old man explained, "While I'm on the sovereign of man's side, I refuse to slaughter humans for him. Especially human geniuses like yourself. Yang Yi, I've heard about the enmity between you and the sovereign of man, and it's something that's difficult to determine who's right or wrong in it. However, there's one thing you must understand. Both you and the sovereign of man are still human." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "What are you trying to say?" The old man placed his hands behind his back, looked up into the starry sky, and spoke softly. "Based on your current strength and identity, you should be aware that chaos is about to descend upon the world. So, how many of all the races will be able to survive it? I'm afraid not many will. If the human race wants to survive it, we must stay united." "United?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I'm sure you're aware of whether it's the human race that refuses to accept me, or is it I who refuses to accept the human race?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, remember that you're human. If the human race encounters danger, I hope you'll be able to remember your identity as a human. All personal enmity is nothing before the survival of our race." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned around and vanished into space. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. "The survival of the human race? The sovereign of man has made me a wanted person for all this time, and made the entire human race chase after me, yet I should care about their survival? Am I an idiot?" Suddenly, Snowy appeared in front of Yang Yi, and there was a ball of green light by her side. "The Mist Sprite." Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently and said, "Snowy, tell it that this place has been exposed. If it stays, it'll definitely be in danger. So ask it if it's willing to leave with us." Snowy gazed at the Mist Sprite and started communicating with it. A short while later, Snowy cracked a smile and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned when he saw the smile on Snowy's face. Sure enough, everything worked out when Snowy was with him. The sprites didn't really trust humans, or they could be said to be hostile to humans. However, they would never be hostile to Snowy, or it should be said that they really trusted her. It was done! Yang Yi told Snowy to take the Mist Sprite into the primordial pagoda while he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. As soon as he left the planet, Yang Yi noticed the mist on the planet was gradually dispersing. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then he moved his gaze away and vanished into the boundless reaches of space. He'd found one of the 4 sprites. Yang Yi passed through the boundless reaches of space, and it didn't take long for him to arrive in the world where the next sprite resided. It was called Sky Aqua Continent. As soon as he saw the name, Yang Yi guessed that the sprite in this continent was a water sprite. Almost 90% of the planet was covered beneath the ocean, and there was only a very small area of land. On a certain part of the ocean, Yang Yi summoned Snowy again. The latter glanced at the surroundings before looking down beneath the ocean's surface, and then she sniffed the ocean. A short while later, she placed her paws against the surface of the ocean, and then the water started to tremble. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy with a little curiosity in his eyes. What is she doing? Yan Yi watched as the water started trembling violently like it was boiling. Just like that, the trembling continued for almost 15 minutes. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the ocean around 300 m away from Yan Yi exploded, and then a water dragon shot up into the air and attacked Yan Yi. Bang! A pillar of water shot down like an arrow that instantly arrived before Yan Yi. Yan Yi swung his sword. Hiss! The water dragon was instantly slashed into two. However, countless water dragons shot up into the air all around Yan Yi. There were hundreds of them. Yan Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly opened her mouth and sucked. In an instant, all the water dragons split open and transformed into fine pearls of water that surged towards Snowy. In the end, Snowy swallowed all of them. Yan Yi felt speechless from the sight of this. Meanwhile, a vortex appeared not too far away from Yan Yi, and then a tiny water dragon gradually appeared before Yan Yi. It was extremely small, and it was as small as Snowy. It gazed at Yan Yi, and then it gazed at Snowy. There was bewilderment in its eyes. Snowy suddenly flew over to it, and patted it lightly on the head. The water dragon gazed curiously at Snowy, and it didn't take long for it to point its claw at Yan Yi before pointing it at Snowy. It seemed like it was asking Snowy why she was with Yan Yi. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Snowy glanced at Yan Yi, and then she waved her little claw. Yan Yi understood her. She was telling the water dragon that Yan Yi was a good person, a very, very good person. Yan Yi shook his head and grinned. He glanced at the water dragon and Snowy. Actually, natural beings like Snowy were usually completely safe in the world. Why? Because they were blessed by nature, and they were protected by the world. No experts would dare to slaughter them. Even if they were captured, no expert would ill-treat them if they were willing to submit. As for slaughtering beings like them, even the evil treasure behind Yan Yi didn't dare to do that. Heaven's wrath did exist for real. Snowy and the water dragon were still talking. A short while later, Snowy flew over to Yan Yi, and then she pointed at the water dragon before waving her claws again. Yan Yi fell silent. The water dragon didn't want to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind Yan Yi. Tell it that it's best if it leaves. It was the evil treasure. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? The evil treasure replied. There's a formation here, and it conceals its aura. That's why very few experts have been here in so many years. And even if they did come here, they wouldn't be able to find it while it didn't reveal its presence. However, the formation has been corroded by time, and it's on the verge of vanishing. Once it does vanish, countless experts will definitely swarm this place. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. Only now did he recall that it was exactly as the evil treasure had said. He really hadn't sensed anything special when he arrived here. All he sensed was a deserted planet with nothing on it, and he didn't sense any signs of life either. Moreover, if it wasn't for Snowy, he would have probably been unable to find the water dragon even if he removed all the water on this planet. So, as soon as he thought up to this point, Yan Yi gazed at Snowy and said, Persuade it. Tell it that this place is very dangerous. So tell it to follow us, all right? Snowy thought for a moment, and then she nodded. After that, she turned around, gazed at the water dragon, and started talking to it. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to notice that the water dragon was visibly hesitant. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed the water dragon's horn and pulled it into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, the water dragon glanced at the surroundings. It seemed slightly afraid and couldn't help but move closer to Snowy. Snowy patted it lightly to reassure it, and then she waved her paw. Strands of violet energy immediately floated over to the water dragon, and the latter's eyes immediately lit up upon catching sight of the violet energy. The water dragon sniffed lightly, and those strands of violet energy immediately entered its nose. A short moment later, desire could be seen on the little water dragon's face. Suddenly, Tianxiu asked, What is she? The water dragon gazed at Tianxiu, and then its expression changed and hurriedly moved closer to Snowy. Snowy blinked. She turned around, grabbed the water dragon's horn, and then dragged it over to Tianxiu. After that, she pointed at Tianxiu, and then pointed at the water dragon. Obviously, she was introducing them. Moreover, Snowy dragged over the mist sprite too. However, just like the water dragon, the mist sprite was quite afraid of Tianxiu and didn't dare to get close to her. Tianxiu lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Snowy rubbed Tianxiu's head gently, and then she gazed at the water dragon and mist sprite before waving her claws again. A short while later, the water dragon hesitated for a moment before flying over to Tianxiu, and then it gently touched her hand. Tianxiu looked up at the water dragon, hesitated for a moment, and then touched its horn. The water dragon didn't refuse her. A short while later, the water dragon and Miss Sprite weren't afraid of Tianxiu anymore, and they let her touch them as she pleased. Actually, it was mainly because they trusted Snowy. They trusted that Snowy wouldn't harm them. So, that was why they hadn't refused when Snowy pulled them into the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi had been watching all of this. Yan Yi opened his eyes in the outside world. Have you seen the young girl who's with me? Her name is Tianxiu. Do you fear her? He was naturally asking the evil treasure. A long moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded. I do. Yan Ye's face froze. Chapter 2074. The Might of a Sage. It fears her? Yan Yi fell silent for a long time and asked. Why? The evil treasure replied with a question. Can't you sense it? Yan Yi shook his head. While I'm aware that she isn't ordinary, I can't discern what's extraordinary about her. The evil treasure said. That's the difference between you and us. Natural beings have a natural instinct towards danger. As for her, after living for so many years, it's the first time someone has made me feel like this. Yan Yi asked. Do you know about her background? This time, he was really quite curious about Tianxiu's background. The evil treasure fell silent for a long time before it said, I can't discern anything. Yan Yi took a deep breath and smiled. Forget her, let's talk about you. Seriously, can you stop targeting me? The evil treasure fell silent. After waiting for a while and receiving no reply, Yan Yi shook his head. Looks like it isn't up for discussion. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished into outer space. As soon as he entered outer space, his expression changed, and he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! A wave of powerful energy exploded apart, and it blasted him over 3 kilometers away. Yan Yi looked up, and he saw an old man there. The old man's back was slightly hunched, and there were deep wrinkles on his face, but his gaze was extremely sharp. A sage. The old man was a sage. The old man spoke indifferently. You're quite difficult to find. I knew a human sage would never kill a genius of the human race. Sure enough, he didn't. Yan Yi asked. The Sage Alliance? The old man said. Looks like you know quite a bit. Yan Yi, we'll give you a chance. Hand over that treasure from the Tao Path and you can leave. Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. Aren't you afraid that the Tao progenitor will come for you in the future? How naive! The old man laughed with ridicule. You're still trying to use the Tao progenitor's name to scare us at a time like this. Yan Yi, do you still not understand? Yan Yi asked. Understand what? The old man smiled. The battle between paths has already begun. If you die, we can only conclude that the Tao progenitor chose the wrong person. As for taking revenge, trust me, he won't waste time for a dead person. Yan Yi smiled. So I can't die then? The old man stretched out a hand. Hand it over and you can leave. Yan Yi chuckled. Do you think I would believe you? A smile curled up on the old man's face. You're quite smart. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to waste some energy. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, a planet over 50,000 kilometers away trembled, and then countless rays of starlight surged out from it and arrived above Yan Yi. Yan Yi looked up at the starlight. What is this technique? As if he knew what Yan Yi was thinking, the old man explained. Star gathering. Yan Yi, if you're able to stop this move, then I'll write the word amazing for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right palm down in Yang Yi's direction. In an instant, all the starlight descended upon Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi felt a wave of unprecedented pressure. Just the pressure suffocated him, and even the sky dragon couldn't alleviate the situation. Moreover, if he didn't have the sky dragon, it may have crushed him to death. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. Once the sword domain appeared, the starlight immediately slowed down. The sword domain? A cold smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. Interesting indeed! Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward, and then around 100 ethereal swords appeared here. They started to make a waving motion, and then the space in the sword domain started to ripple as well. The old man frowned from the sight of this, and then his pupils constricted. The 5 elements! You've actually grasped the true essence of the 5 elements. Hiss! 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 Suddenly, the swords in the sword domain started moving even faster, and rays of light covered the interior of the sword domain. They enveloped all the starlight. Besides that, the sword energy was completely different from before because they contained the energy of the 5 elements. They didn't mince up the starlight, and they just modified the starlight, like they were decomposing the starlight. When spring arrived, flowers bloomed. When autumn arrived, flowers wilted. 5-element sword energy. Had learned it from the inheritance stone he obtained. However, had merged the energy of the 5 elements into his sword energy. At this moment, his sword didn't focus on killing as it had in the past, and it focused on modification. Modification. 3 breaths of time later, the starlight had dimmed down. 5 breaths of time later, they'd vanished completely. However, Yang Yi's countenance had turned slightly pale. It wasn't difficult for him to control the energy of the 5 elements, and the difficult part was using it to modify his sword energy, and the world within the sword domain. It was quite strenuous for him to accomplish that. Fortunately, the results were very good. It was even greater than his invincible sword formation, but it was just a little exhausting. How rare! Meanwhile, the old man spoke abruptly. I didn't expect you to have actually come into contact with that step. However, you probably received guidance from someone, right? Yang Yi looked up at the old man. Weren't you going to write for me? Where is it? Come on, I'm waiting. What? The old man laughed coldly. I don't have anything for you, but I can teach you how to write the word for death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand in Yang Yi's direction, and then he slapped it down. The space around Yang Yi immediately collapsed while Yang Yi's body even cracked open in an instant. Even the sky dragon couldn't help him withstand it. Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury, and then 3 rays of sword energy surged forward and instantly arrived before the old man. A cold smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. He stretched out his right hand, and a thin barrier of light appeared on his palm. He just used his palm to stop Yang Yi's attack. The old man laughed coldly. Not bad, but you're still too young. He shook his head once he finished speaking. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Bang! The powerful force from his attack instantly blasted Yang Yi away. Yang Yi hadn't even stopped himself when the old man appeared before him, and then he slammed a punch at Yang Yi. The powerful force it carried caused space in a huge area to crack open. As for Yang Yi, who was the target of the attack, his body cracked open and blood sprayed from all over his body. Fortunately, the sky dragon's energy was protecting his body, so his body hadn't exploded apart in an instant. However, if he was struck by another attack like that, it was obvious that he would be transformed into a pile of mush. At the critical moment, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the weapon seal of the slaughter line appeared in front of him. The old man's fist struck it, and a wave of powerful energy erupted from it. Boom! The old man was blasted over 100 m away, and Yang Yi was blasted over 30 k away. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the old man. This is the strength of a sage? Had thought that the gap between them wouldn't be that huge, but the cruel reality before him told him that it was huge, extremely huge. Actually, he didn't know that if news of what happened here today were to spread, his name would definitely shock the entire large universe. After all, a Dao realm expert had been able to exchange blows with a sage. Even if it couldn't be described as unprecedented, there were definitely less than 5 people capable of accomplishing such a feat in the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Yi, you're truly a genius! Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, I'm not someone who likes to waste his breath, but you've really shocked me. I was really inferior to you at your age. Unfortunately, you're too young, so you don't have the right to fight me yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slowly and was about to attack again. However, he suddenly looked up, and then he gazed at Yang Yi again. At this moment, a middle-aged man had appeared by Yang Yi's side. Zhong Yi. It was Zhong Yi. Yang Yi said. It's you! Zhong Yi smiled. Are you that surprised? Yang Yi nodded. A little. Zhong Yi shook his head slightly. I was the one who brought you to the weapon path, and it was I who made you go to Martial Emperor Academy. I think that I should do something or I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He turned to look at the old man. The Sage Alliance? The old man spoke indifferently. Zhong Yi, if I'm not wrong, your progenitor told you not to interfere, right? Zhong Yi nodded. He did. However, it can't be helped. There are things that I must do. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. You intend to go against the Sage Alliance? Zhong Yi chuckled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. After today, he'll probably be locked up for some time. After all, I still belong to the weapon path, and there are rules that I have to follow. Yang Yi fell silent. Zhong Yi sighed softly. I can only help you this one time. You'll have to take care of yourself from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and tossed Yang Yi away, causing Yang Yi to vanish from both his own field of vision and the old man's. Zhong Yi turned around to gaze at the old man. They say the sages of the Sage Alliance are some of the strongest sages. Come, let me experience it for myself. The old man glanced at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards and asked, You think he'll be able to survive? Zhong Yi walked slowly in the old man's direction. I don't know. Even if he dies a moment later, I still have to do this. His fate is his business, and whether I chose to help him or not is my business. Zhong Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2075, A Treasure. The surroundings trembled once Zhong Yi vanished. Moreover, even the planets extremely far away from them had started to shake. Meanwhile, the old man vanished on the spot as well. Crack! Suddenly, space started to crack open, and then the space in a huge area slowly started to collapse. It seemed like the world was being obliterated. A battle between sages was absolutely horrifying. A long time passed before a sigh resounded here, and then the obliterated expanse of space suddenly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Zhong Yi and the old man had returned to where they'd been standing a while ago. The old man had quite an unsightly expression on his face. As for Zhong Yi, based on his outer appearance, he seemed to be in much better condition than the old man. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. Return! Zhong Yi thought for a moment and said, Does my weapon path not dare to protect just one person? The voice replied, It's not that we dare not, it's that we can't. In the end, he belongs to the Dao path, so if anyone is going to protect him, it should be the Dao path, not us. Moreover, my weapon path has done enough for him. Zhong Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, the voice spoke once more. Return. Zhong Yi's figure gradually became ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish. Only the other old man remained here. The old man looked up into the sky. Progenitor of the weapon path! The voice resounded once more. Tell the people who are supporting you that my weapon path won't interfere again. The old man withdrew his gaze and vanished on the spot. He was extremely displeased, but he wasn't foolish enough to threaten or insult the weapon progenitor. Because if the weapon progenitor killed him, he would have died for nothing, and no one would avenge him. As for the Sage Alliance, it wouldn't avenge him either. So, had decisively chosen to leave. Yang Yi stopped in space. He glanced at the injuries throughout his body, and his face was extremely gloomy. Weak. His battle with a sage allowed him to realize how weak he was before a sage. Even though he wasn't entirely incapable of fighting back, he was almost there. Sages were much, much stronger than had ever expected. Strength. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked for a concealed place to recuperate. While he hadn't died in the battle, his entire body was injured. So, his main objective right now was to recuperate, and only then could he continue his search for the sprites. 2 hours later, Yang Yi's injuries were completely healed with the help of his primordial violet energy, and then Yang Yi stood up and vanished on the spot. This time, he used the sword domain to conceal himself. Moreover, he stopped traveling on his sword, and he just flew through the sky instead. He had to keep a low profile now. Yang Yi traveled past countless planets. Finally, at noon on the third day, Yang Yi arrived at his destination. A fiery red planet stood before Yang Yi, and it was like a small sun. It was completely red and burning. It simply seemed like a miniature of the sun. Now Yang Yi had a problem. Because it was so hot, so even he didn't dare to get close. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes lit up. He had a divine flame within him. Bang! Flame suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi and instantly enveloped him. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like a flaming figure. His figure immediately transformed into a ray of fiery light that entered the planet. It was hot. Even with the divine flame around him, he still felt hot. If he didn't have the divine flame, then even his physical body may have been incapable of enduring such heat. Yang Yi made Snowy come outside, and she immediately went back in upon seeing the world around him. Obviously, she didn't like the heat. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, and then he hurriedly persuaded her to come back outside. He rubbed her little head and said, "Where's the sprite in this place?" Even though it wasn't a very huge planet, it wasn't small either. If Snowy didn't help him, then it would probably take him years to find the sprite here. Especially when there was a mysterious formation to conceal its aura. Snowy blinked and glanced at the surroundings. A moment later, she sniffed the air, and then her eyes lit up. She pointed downward. Yang Yi hurriedly took her in his arms and descended. A short while later, Yang Yi saw lava. Or it should be said that this entire planet was covered in lava and flames, and there was no water or plants here. Only lava and flames. The temperature here was something even a major Zen realm expert couldn't endure. Meanwhile, Snowy stretched out her claws and waved them slightly. In an instant, the lava below split open, and then Yang Yi watched as a fiery red lotus appeared before him. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Is that the sprite?" Snowy shook her head, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Yi was stunned. "Then what is that?" Snowy started waving her claws. "It was a treasure." "A treasure?" Yang Yi gazed at the lotus and scanned it carefully. After that, he took Snowy in his arms and flew over to it. The only difference between it and an ordinary lotus was that it was condensed from extraordinarily pure fire element energy, and it has been growing here for a very long time. Yang Yi was about to take it when something unexpected occurred. The lava in front of Yang Yi and Snowy cracked open, and then a huge lava giant charged out from below the lava. Snowy was shocked and hurriedly hid on Yang Yi's shoulder. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi became visibly vigilant as well. Meanwhile, the lava giant suddenly slammed its palm at Yang Yi and Snowy. Yang Yi dodged backwards and swung his sword forward. Hiss! A ray of sword energy tore through the air and instantly struck the lava giant, causing a huge and extremely deep gash to appear on it. However, it only took a moment for the lava in the surroundings to surge to the lava giant, and then the gash on it instantly vanished without a trace. Yang Yi frowned from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the lava giant suddenly opened its mouth and roared at them. A pillar of flame shot out from its mouth. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, and then he leaped up and swung it down. Hiss! The pillar of flames was instantly slashed into two. However, a flaming fist arrived before him. Yang Yi flicked his sword upward. Bang! The powerful force contained within the lava giant's fist blasted Yang Yi away. However, half of its arm was sliced off in the process. But it took just a moment for the lava and the surroundings to surge over to it, and instantly restore its arm. Yang Yi's face fell from the sight of this. The lava giant was simply invincible while it was within lava. Unless he could kill it in an instant, it would be able to recover incessantly. Its recovery was even greater than Yang Yi. Suddenly, the lava giant leaped up and charged at them. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he was about to counterattack when Snowy suddenly opened her mouth and inhaled. Just that caused the lava and flames on the lava giant to instantly dim down, and the lava giant hurriedly moved 300 m back. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and she cracked a smile before looking at the lava giant. As soon as she opened her mouth, the lava giant moved another 300 m back. Yang Yi could sense that the lava giant was terrified of Snowy. But it did make sense because Snowy was a sprite lord, and she was the bane of beings like sprites. However, Yang Yi wasn't sure if the lava giant was a sprite. Yang Yi patted Snowy on the head and said, "Ask it if it's the sprite of this world." However, Snowy just shook her head without asking. Yang Yi asked, "It isn't?" Snowy nodded and glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she sniffed slightly, and a long time passed before she opened her mouth. In an instant, the lava in the surroundings started shaking violently. Suddenly, Yang Yi noticed that the temperature here was growing higher and higher. Even though Snowy didn't like the temperature here, she didn't fear it. Dislike didn't equal fear. So, the temperature here wasn't able to affect her at all. It didn't take long for the temperature to rise rapidly. Even if he was covered within the divining flame, it still wasn't comfortable for Yang Yi. Because the temperature here could instantly incinerate a major Zen realm expert. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. "Is it not going to show itself?" Snowy blinked, and then she opened her mouth again. An instant later, the flames in the surroundings suddenly turned ethereal. The flames and lava here were formed from fire element energy, so they were nourishment to Snowy. However, after staying in the primordial pagoda for so long, besides primordial violet energy, other types of energy were very rarely able to arouse her desire. Suddenly, Snowy stopped. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, blinked, and then she fled into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2076, Snowy's Strength. At this moment, Yang Yi knew that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Yang Yi sensed the temperature around him spike abruptly. He turned around, and he saw a ghastly white ball of flames floating behind him. A moment later, it suddenly exploded apart, and then ghastly white flames enveloped the surroundings and Yang Yi. Suddenly, a ball of blood-red flames charged out from the wave of flames, and Yang Yi was within it. At this moment, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even though he was within the divining flame, the ghastly white flames still felt extremely dangerous to him. Moreover, if had stayed just a while longer in there, even the divining flame may not have been able to keep him from being turned to ashes. It wasn't that the divining flame was inferior to the fire sprite here, it was Yang Yi who was inferior to it. It wasn't like the mist sprite and water sprite from before, it was much, much stronger. Coupled with the fact that this entire planet was covered in lava and flames, even a sage may be helpless against it while it remained here. Meanwhile, a small ball of ghastly white flames appeared before Yang Yi again, and then it suddenly formed the face of a young girl. "Human!" Suddenly it said, "Where did she go?" She? Yang Yi was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to realize who it was talking about. Snowy. Obviously it had shown itself because of Snowy. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he called Snowy out here. Once she emerged from the primordial pagoda, she gazed at the ball of flames. The latter gazed at Snowy for a long time before it said, "Why are you with a human?" Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder and gently patted Yang Yi's head. She cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi look at her. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently, and then he gazed at the flame. "Do you know the people from the prehistoric civilization?" Swoosh! The flame floated over to Yang Yi and stared at him. "You've met them." "Them?" Yang Yi said. "Looks like you do know them. They've shown themselves, but they need the help of all 4 sprites. If you're willing, you can come with me. If you're not, I won't force you." Even though Head promised that person from the prehistoric times to find all 4 sprites, he would only act according to the limits of his ability. If this fire sprite wasn't willing to go with him, he could do nothing about it. Moreover, even if he could, he wouldn't force it if it didn't want to. Because of Snowy, he had a good impression of all sprites and natural beings. The fire sprite fell silent. A long time passed before it said, "I'll go with you." Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Of course, he was actually asking why it was willing to help that person from the prehistoric times. The fire sprite glanced at Yang Yi and said, "When the disaster arrived all those years ago, most of them died. However, before that, they used certain methods to hide us away, and coupled with our own special nature, we were able to survive the disaster." Yang Yi nodded. "Now I have 3 sprites with me, and only 1 more is left. If you're willing, you can go there with me. Otherwise, I can go first and come back for you later." "I'll go with you," the fire sprite replied. "The formation here is slowly vanishing. Once it vanishes completely, this place will be completely exposed. I don't want to become someone else's prey." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "That's fine too. Let's go." Suddenly, Snowy pointed at the fiery red lotus. The fire sprite asked, "You like it?" Snowy quickly nodded. The fire sprite glanced at Snowy, and then the fire lotus suddenly floated over to Snowy. This wasn't the same lotus that Snowy had pointed at, and it was a different one. This one seemed like it was made from crystals, but it wasn't. Moreover, the fire element energy within it was pure to a horrifying level. Snowy's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of it. She grabbed it, and then cracked a smile at the fire sprite. Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" The fire sprite replied indifferently, "A 10,000-year-old fire lotus. If you consume it now, you may advance a level immediately." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he gulped. Do you have more?" If he was being honest, he was really tempted by it. The fire sprite spoke indifferently. "No, I've eaten all of them. That's my last one." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Snowy raised the fire lotus to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to speak when the fire sprite suddenly said, "The energy within it is extremely pure. It'll be extremely beneficial to her." Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Snowy's head. "You eat it." Snowy shook her head instead. Yang Yi bent down and whispered in Snowy's ears. Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she cracked a smile before returning to the primordial pagoda with the fire lotus. "Human!" Suddenly, the fire sprite said, "Do you know that if you devour her, you may gain 10,000 years' worth of cultivation or even more?" "Devour Snowy?" Yang Yi glanced at the fire sprite. "Not to mention 10,000 years, even if I'd instantly become a god, I still wouldn't even consider doing that. Let's go." Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the sky. The fire sprite just watched Yang Yi leave, and no one knew what it was thinking. Yang Yi's final destination was Endless Continent. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw this name, Endless Continent. What the hell? Yang Yi traveled according to the map which had been given to him, and he arrived at Endless Continent. It was just a black hole. At this moment, Yang Yi stood very far away from the black hole and didn't dare to get close. because even he couldn't really withstand the suction force coming from it. What kind of sprite is that? Yang Yi frowned. He didn't dare to go to the black hole. Not to mention him, even a sage wouldn't dare to rashly go over there. Had encountered black holes in the past, but those black holes were nothing when compared to this one. What do I do? Yang Yi was at a slight loss for what to do. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A dark sprite! Meanwhile, the fire sprite spoke abruptly. It should be the king of darkness, the dark sprite. It was the one among us who cultivated the most. After devouring black hole after black hole throughout these years, it has probably become extremely strong. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Looks like this final sprite won't be easy to deal with. Of course, the problem he faced right now was how to make it show itself and have a discussion with them. He naturally had to discuss the matter with it. Force? That wouldn't work at all. Yang Yi gazed at the fire sprite. Since you know it, can you ask it to come talk with us? The fire sprite shook its head. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The fire sprite glanced at Yang Yi and replied, There's enmity between us. Yang Yi was astounded. Sprites get into conflict too? The fire sprite glanced at Yang Yi, and it was like it was looking at an idiot. Yang Yi felt that it was quite insulting. He shook his head and asked Snowy to come outside. He could only entrust his hopes to Snowy at times like this. Yang Yi pointed at the black hole. Can you make the fellow inside there show himself? We need to talk to him. Snowy blinked and glanced at the black hole. A short while passed before she raised her little paw and made a grasping motion in the direction of the black hole. In an instant, the black hole suddenly started spinning. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. When did she become so amazing? Meanwhile, the fire sprite spoke abruptly. She can control the energy released from all sprites. So, besides that fellow, no other sprite in this world isn't countered by her. However, she will never harm us, or it should be said that she will only help us. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. If the sprite lord of our time hadn't sacrificed itself, we wouldn't have been able to survive, even if that race protected us. Sacrificed itself? Yang Yi frowned. He would never allow Snowy to sacrifice herself, even if he had to die. He would never let Snowy sacrifice herself. Suddenly, the black hole trembled, and then a terrifying wave of suction force swept towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he was about to take Snowy with him and retreat. However, Snowy suddenly shook her little head, opened her mouth, and inhaled lightly. Hiss! The sound of wind resounded, and then the suction force was instantly sucked into Snowy's little mouth. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The fire sprite couldn't help but glance at Snowy. Actually, Yang Yi was extremely shocked right now. Had never allowed Snowy to fight since the very beginning. Or it should be said that had always overlooked Snowy's abilities. Yet now, had realized that Snowy was much more amazing than had ever imagined. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that Snowy wasn't Snowy anymore. She was the sprite lord whom all the sprites of the world respected and feared. Suddenly, the black hole fell silent, and then a black shadow flashed out from it. A moment later, a black sword stabbed at Snowy. It was so fast that Yang Yi wasn't able to react at all. Snowy was stunned by this, and then she suddenly clenched her paws while fury filled her eyes. Bang! An instant later, a wave of terrifying aura surged out explosively from within Snowy. Snowy opened her mouth and inhaled. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that the spirit energy in an absolutely huge area had vanished without a trace. At the same time, a pair of pure white wings had appeared on Snowy's back. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the profound energy within him was vanishing at an alarming rate. Yang Yi was stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2077, Yang Yi's Ultimate Move. What the heck? Yang Yi was absolutely shocked. The fire sprite glanced at Snowy and fell silent. No one knew what it was thinking. Meanwhile, the small wings on Snowy's back flapped, and then the black sword just vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Snowy opened her mouth and inhaled in the black hole's direction. In an instant, Yan Yi could clearly see its energy vanishing rapidly. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from within the black hole, and then a tiny pitch-black little thing that looked like a bunny appeared not too far ahead of them. It was only a little larger than Snowy, completely pitch-black, and only its eyes were dark violet. If it was in the dark, perhaps only its eyes would be visible. At this moment, it was glaring at Yan Yi as if it was about to fight Yan Yi to the death. Yan Yi pointed at Snowy. "She did it! Stare at her!" Snowy was speechless. The dark sprite gazed at Snowy. While its eyes were still filled with rage, it had clearly decreased quite a bit. It clenched its little fist and raised it at Snowy. Obviously, it was threatening Snowy. How could Snowy allow that? Snowy clenched her little paw too, and then she flashed over to the dark sprite and slapped the dark sprite's head. Bam! The dark sprite was slapped over 30 m away. The dark sprite was quite stunned. Obviously, it hadn't expected Snowy to actually attack it without saying anything. Shouldn't we insult each other first before fighting? Suddenly, Snowy appeared in front of it, and then Yan Yi watched with astonishment as Snowy wrapped her paw around its neck. She was about to slam it against the ground when she suddenly realized that they were in space, not on land. So, she didn't know what to do, and she looked back at Yan Yi to seek advice. The dark sprite would naturally not just stand by idly and wait for her. An extremely terrifying wave of dark energy surged out from within it, and it instantly enveloped both Snowy and it. However, not only was Snowy completely unharmed, she even swallowed all of the dark energy. At this moment, the dark sprite was stunned. Meanwhile, Snowy grabbed the dark sprite by the neck with her left paw, and then clenched her right paw before slamming it against the dark sprite's stomach. Bang! Just like that, the dark sprite was punched away. Yan Yi couldn't help but glance at the fire sprite. Now, he finally understood why the fire sprite hadn't attacked after seeing Snowy. Perhaps Snowy wasn't that formidable against humans, but she was absolutely terrifying against sprites. The battle was still going on. Snowy suddenly flew over to the dark sprite, and then she waved her paw and slapped its head. Bam! The dark sprite was slapped flying. Snowy didn't stop. She flew over to the dark sprite, grabbed its tail, and then started spinning it on the spot but tossing it away. Waves of terrifying dark energy kept surging out from the dark sprite, and even Yan Yi shuddered a little from it. However, they were just nourishment to Snowy, and she devoured every bit of it. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze and gazed at the fire sprite. "Didn't you say there's a sprite who doesn't fear Snowy? What kind of sprite is that?" The fire sprite fell silent for a moment and replied, "You'll find out in the future." It refused to tell him. Yan Yi rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, the fire sprite said, "You can tell her to stop now." Yan Yi turned around and saw that Snowy was still beating up the dark sprite, and the dark sprite couldn't fight back at all. Yan Yi waved at Snowy. "Snowy, that's enough!" Snowy immediately stopped when she heard Yan Yi, and then she flew over to him. Yan Yi wanted to rub her wings, but as soon as he touched them, they vanished. Yan Yi was bewildered. "What? Spirit wings?" The fire sprite spoke abruptly. "It's an ability possessed by sprite lords. She can converge the spirit energy in the world to greatly increase her own strength. However, it exhausts a huge amount of her strength. Just that fight exhausted her completely. So, her wings vanished." Yan Yi smiled, rubbed her little head, and said, "So my Snowy is this strong?" Snowy smiled brilliantly when she heard Yan Yi praise her, and then she rubbed her head against Yan Yi's head. Yan Yi gazed at the dark sprite, and so did Snowy. The dark sprite shuddered when it saw Snowy look at it, and it hurriedly moved 300 m away while fear filled its eyes. Yan Yi shook his head and smiled. "We didn't come here to harm you, we want you to come with us." Yan Yi gazed at the fire sprite and continued, "Can you explain everything to it?" The fire sprite nodded and started talking to the dark sprite. Some time later, the dark sprite shot a furtive glance at Snowy before shaking its head. Yang Yi gazed at the fire sprite, and the latter said, "It's afraid she'll attack." Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Tell it that so long as it doesn't bully Snowy, Snowy won't bully it." The fire sprite nodded and continued talking with the dark sprite, but it still shook its head. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi was about to say something when Snowy suddenly flew over to the dark sprite. She grabbed it by the ear and started waving her other claw incessantly. A short while passed before the dark sprite kept nodding. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. In the end, the first is more effective. Just like that, the dark sprite joined them, and Yang Yi immediately took them back to the prehistoric ruins. In overall, everything went smoothly. Of course, it was mainly because of Snowy. If it wasn't for Snowy, these sprites would have probably just ignored him. Especially the fire sprite and dark sprite. Because if they really entered into battle, then he would probably be unable to defeat them in their own territory. Yang Yi flew swiftly through space. The dark sprite and fire sprite were on either side of him. He hadn't allowed them to enter the primordial pagoda. It wasn't that he refused to trust them, it was because he felt safer with them by his side. Especially the dark sprite. Its senses were simply horrifying. So long as darkness covered the area, it could even clearly sense things from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and it was much, much greater than the capabilities of Yang Yi's laws of darkness. The journey back wasn't smooth. Yang Yi stopped at a spot in the starry sky because an old man was standing not too far ahead, and the old man seemed like he was waiting for Yang Yi. The old man didn't just seem to be waiting for Yang Yi, he was waiting for Yang Yi. The old man was none other than the sage who'd almost killed him that day. The old man sized up the fire sprite and dark sprite beside Yang Yi and said, "Sprites. Yang Yi, I really envy you. You were actually able to collect such sprites. Amazing, truly amazing." Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the dark sprite and fire sprite, and then he put them within the primordial pagoda. The old man started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "My sage alliance had no choice but to work with Heaven's secret hall to find you. Now that the weapon path isn't here to help you, will you still be able to survive?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Of course I can't. I have a last wish before I die. I have one last ultimate move, and I want to use it before I die, so that I can see the true gap between me and a sage." "Can I? Your ultimate move?" The old man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "Of course. Come, let me see what it is." He naturally didn't fear that Yang Yi would be able to escape. Because unless someone helped Yang Yi would definitely be unable to escape. Yang Yi nodded and took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. A smile curled up on the old man's face when he saw Yang Yi use the sword domain. There was no ridicule on his face because while Yang Yi's strength was inferior to him, if he were to be honest, he really admired Yang Yi for being able to possess such strength at that age. Yang Yi waved his hands. In an instant, around 100 ethereal swords appeared, and then the space in the surroundings started to tremble. The old man's eyes narrowed while he slowly clenched his right fist. Even though he was confident, he refused to be careless. Suddenly, a wave of profound energy surged out from within Yang Yi. In an instant, almost 10,000 rays of light appeared in the surroundings. These rays of sword energy instantly filled the space within Yang Yi's sword domain. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly stretched out his right hand and clenched it gently. The space within Yang Yi's sword domain instantly warped, and then it was minced into bits. 3 breaths of time later, all the sword energy had vanished. However, the old man's face was extremely unsightly because Yang Yi was nowhere to be found. Yang Yi was gone! The old man's divine sense covered a huge area, but there was no sign of Yang Yi. It was like Yang Yi had vanished into thin air. Damn it! An extremely gloomy expression covered his face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2078, The Zen Realm. Run! As soon as he saw the old man, Yan Yi had decided to run. It was impossible to fight the old man because even the best outcome would still be one where he died and the old man was injured. So, Yan Yi had decisively chosen to run. However, he was well aware that he may not be able to escape if he just ran without doing anything. So, had put on that show and seized the moment that the old man wasn't paying attention to use the origin stone had obtained from that prehistoric expert. Had escaped this calamity. However, Yan Yi was very well aware that he wouldn't be so lucky again. In the hall within the prehistoric ruins. "You're back!" The voice resounded from the casket as soon as Yan Yi arrived. Yan Yi gazed at the casket and said, "I've found all 4 sprites. However, I want to know why you made me find them." The voice suddenly said, "You're afraid you'll harm them?" Yan Yi nodded. The voice asked, "What would you do if I wanted to devour them?" Yan Yi smiled. "I'm definitely unable to do anything in this place. However, I can guarantee that you won't get them. Even if you kill me, you still won't get them." Even if he died, the primordial pagoda would survive, and those sprites would be very safe under the primordial pagoda's care. The voice fell silent for a long time and said, "You really surprised me." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Huh!" the voice replied. "Don't worry, I won't harm them. Sprites are something my people believe in. It's also why we were willing to pay any price to keep them safe. It's also why I was willing to meet you that day." She was naturally talking about Snowy. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the voice. He was afraid that the owner of the voice had ill intent towards the sprites. If that was true, he would absolutely not give the sprites away. Even though Yan Yi was an unscrupulous person at most times, he still had his own principles. If something went against those principles, he would absolutely not do it. Yan Yi summoned all 4 sprites. The water sprite, mist sprite, fire sprite, and dark sprite. Of course, Snowy was there too. Once they appeared here, they glanced at each other, and the dark sprite frequently glanced at Snowy. There was some fear in its eyes because Snowy had beaten it up earlier. "It really is all of you!" Meanwhile, the voice in the casket resounded again. "If I didn't have no other choice, I wouldn't have disturbed all of you. But if I don't have your help, I wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, the formations we left behind are gradually losing their strength, so it's very dangerous for all of you to continue staying there." The fire sprite suddenly asked, "Are you the only one left?" The voice replied, "There are a few more still sleeping. But not many." The fire sprite nodded slightly. "What do you need us to do?" The voice replied, "I need to use the energy of the 5 elements to reverse death." She paused for a moment and added, "Give me her blood pearl." She had naturally said that to Yan Yi. Yan Yi hurriedly passed her blood maiden's blood pearl. The pearl of blood floated above the casket, and the voice resounded, "Sprites, I need your strength." They exchanged glances and didn't refuse. They released their energy towards the blood pearl. At the same time, a stream of golden energy seeped out from the casket and converged on the blood pearl. Yan Yi watched as the blood pearl trembled slightly, and then an ethereal figure appeared in the air above the casket. It was Blood Maiden! Yan Yi slowly clenched his fists at the sight of this. He was excited. Since he came up here from the lower universe, Yan Yi had never forgotten about Blood Maiden. However, it was almost equivalent to reviving the dead, so ordinary people were utterly incapable of it. Even sages didn't have the ability to do so. Had planned to ask the Tao progenitor after he returned to the Tao path, but because of the primordial pagoda, he wasn't able to go there, so it had been delayed until now. Yang Yi felt guilty. He naturally felt guilty about what had happened to her. Meanwhile, the voice came from within the casket. "I've rebuilt her soul. However, her injuries were too severe, so she still can't regain her consciousness yet. Deep sleep is recuperation for her. You have that mysterious violet energy, so it can guarantee that nothing happens to her soul. However, you must find divine treasures that can nourish the soul. In that way, you can speed up how fast she can regain consciousness. Once she regains consciousness, she'll be able to rebuild her body on her own. Divine treasures that can nourish the soul? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "What level of divine treasure?" "The higher the better." The voice continued, "There's no need to rush. She's fine now. Of course, you must keep her soul away from any harm. Otherwise, even a god wouldn't be able to save her." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you." He glanced at the 4 sprites and said, "Senior, since you've gotten them, then it'll be bidding my farewell." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the voice resounded, "Wait." Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the casket. The voice said, "I said that I would help you attain the Zen realm of this world if you help me find these 4 sprites." Yang Yi replied, "I changed my conditions. You've saved my second sister, so we're even." The voice fell silent for a moment and said, "Then how about we do this? Just owe me a favor, and I'll help you get to the Zen realm. It's a fair trade." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "All right." He naturally wouldn't refuse getting an increase in his strength. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I'm only at the Sea Dao realm right now. Will jumping past the level of cultivation leave any side effects?" The voice explained, "Under normal circumstances it will. However, you're different. Forcefully jumping a realm of cultivation would harm the body and foundation for normal people. However, your body far surpasses your current realm of cultivation. It can be said that your body doesn't conform to your realm of cultivation at all. So if you attain the Zen realm now, it just happens to match the current strength of your body. Thus, even if problems occur, they will be minor issues, and you can resolve them by cultivating a little more." Yang Yi was immediately at ease when he heard that. If it harmed his foundation, then he would rather not. He would never accept such a loss just for the sake of short-term gain. The voice said, "The Zen realm requires comprehension. I can only help you comprehend, but how much you comprehend will be up to you. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters." The scene before Yang Yi's eyes suddenly changed once the voice finished speaking. An old man was seated cross-legged not too far ahead of him. The old man formed a seal before his chest, and the space around him was rippling. Obviously, the old man was trying to charge into the next realm of cultivation, and it was the Zen realm. Yang Yi didn't really understand why the prehistoric expert was showing him this. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed while disbelief filled his eyes. Because he could clearly sense everything. The old man's thoughts, the old man's current state. He could sense it all very clearly. It was like he was the old man. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why the prehistoric expert had done this. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood sprayed from the old man. The old man laughed bitterly. There was some helplessness and sorrow in his laughter. Head failed. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, the scene before him changed once more. There was a middle-aged man not too far away from him. At this moment, the middle-aged man was facing a waterfall, and he seemed to be meditating as he gazed at the falling water. Just like before, Yang Yi could clearly sense everything, including the middle-aged man's current mental state. The middle-aged man was much calmer than the previous old man. A long time passed before a smile suddenly appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I see." Bang! As soon as he said that, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from him. However, it only took a moment for the aura to surge back into him. The Zen realm! The middle-aged man had succeeded. Yang Yi fell into deep thought, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Just like that, cultivator after cultivator appeared before him. Without exception, all of them were charging into the Zen realm. The help the prehistoric expert gave him was allowing him to personally experience the process these experts went through to get into the Zen realm. This process was naturally extremely useful to him. Of course, this was no different than cheating, and it was like taking a shortcut. However, it was a shortcut with very little side effects. His success still depended on himself. Most importantly, he had to stay true to his heart. He couldn't allow anything to affect his mental state, and he only had a chance to advance if he could stay true to his heart. Otherwise, not to mention advancing, he may even form inner demons and never be able to advance further. The reason the prehistoric expert had dared to let him take this method was because he was a sword cultivator. If he couldn't even stay true to his heart, then he wasn't worthy of being a sword cultivator. Just like that, time trickled by. Even Yang Yi didn't know how long it had been. In any case, cultivators were appearing over and over again before him. They were so numerous that he couldn't keep count. During this period, had watched many fail, but had also watched many succeed. Some failed at the last moment. However, that last step was the most difficult step to take. Just like that, as he watched and watched, Yang Yi closed his eyes. As soon as he did that, the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, he was seated cross-legged in the hall. He was like an ancient monk in meditation. Day after day passed by. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2079, Reunion. Comprehend. Comprehension was quite a profound thing. Many people may meditate their entire lifetimes, but fail to comprehend anything, but some would just unintentionally comprehend everything they needed. It was something that relied very heavily on luck. Even though he had help from the prehistoric expert, whether he could complete that final step depended on Yang Yi himself. Day after day passed in the hall. Snowy was by Yang Yi's side. At this moment, she was acting as his guard. She sat on his shoulder while looking around. No one knew what she was actually thinking. The fire sprite, water sprite, and mist sprite frequently came to Snowy, and the little fellows muttered between each other in their own language that no one could understand. The dark sprite merely looked from afar and didn't go close to Snowy. Because it had attacked Snowy that day, Snowy was very hostile to it. So, as soon as it got close, Snowy would raise her fists, causing the dark sprite to be forced to stay far away. Snowy had a similar character to Yang Yi. When she was being nice, she was very nice, but when she wasn't, her temper was horrible. As a sprite lord, she naturally had to have a temper. "Have you chosen him?" Suddenly, a voice came from the casket. Snowy gazed at the casket, and then she flashed over to it. She patted it lightly as if she was asking if the voice was talking to her. "Why have you chosen him?" The voice continued. "Sprite lords are pure and kind, so shouldn't the person they choose be kind too?" Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at Yang Yi before waving her claws in a very serious manner. She was saying that Yang Yi was a good person, a very good person. A long time passed before the voice spoke once more. "True. Everyone has their own view of what's a good person. A person good to me is a good person, and a person bad to me is a bad person. I can see that he's very good to you." Snowy nodded with vigor. As far as she was concerned, Yang Yi was the best person in the world. Actually, it could only be said that she had encountered Yang Yi in her worst moment of darkness, and it was he who'd saved her. So, Yang Yi was everything to her. Huff. Suddenly, a soft huff came from the hall. Snowy shuddered, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes were opening slowly at the exact same moment. As soon as she saw Yang Yi's eyes opening, she immediately flew over to his shoulder and rubbed her head against his cheek. Yang Yi smiled as he rubbed her little head, and he felt completely calm. It felt really nice. Meanwhile, the voice from the casket resounded. "The Zen realm?" Yang Yi gazed at the casket, and then an aura surged out from him. However, it vanished without a trace just an instant later. The peak of the minor Zen realm. He was only half a step away from the major Zen realm. Meanwhile, the voice resounded. "Congratulations!" Yang Yi cupped his fist in the casket's direction. "Thank you. If it wasn't for the expert in the casket, it would have taken him years to attain the peak of the minor Zen realm. So, he had to remember this kindness had received." Meanwhile, the voice suddenly asked. You seem like you're being pursued? Yang Yi nodded. I am. The voice fell silent, and then a green leaf appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the casket with bewilderment, and then voice explained. It's a Bodhi leaf that dropped from the Bodhi tree. During our era, the Bodhi tree was a top-rate divine treasure, and its leaves can conceal auras and obscure from the heavens. If you keep it with you, even a seer won't be able to locate you. Of course, nothing is absolute, so it's best to be careful too. Yang Yi didn't refuse it. He took the leaf and smiled. Senior, I really owe you now. The voice replied. It's fine. We'll definitely need your help in the future. I hope you don't refuse when the time comes. Yang Yi smiled. I want refuse if it's within the limits of my ability, and I'll try my best even if it isn't. He glanced at the surroundings and continued. Senior, I have to search for a treasure that nurtures the soul, so I'll be bidding my farewells now. The voice replied. Take care. Yang Yi nodded, and then he took Snowy in his arms and walked out of the hall. Snowy waved at the other sprites, and then she sat on Yang Yi's shoulder. Once they left, the fire sprite suddenly asked, Why didn't you make her stay? The fire sprite was naturally talking about Snowy. The expert in the casket replied, Sprites have their own thoughts, and they choose who they follow. It's pointless to force them. Just like all of you. I won't force all of you to stay there, and you can leave if you want. During their time, the sprites were very respected existences. As for sprite lords, they were even greater. This was also why the expert in the casket had been willing to meet Yang Yi. It was because Yang Yi had a sprite lord with him. Otherwise, no matter how great Yang Yi's natural talent was, it would have been impossible for him to enter this hall. Yang Yi turned around once he left the hall. Sure enough, it gradually turned ethereal. In the end, it vanished before his eyes. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he turned around and left. A divine treasure that could nourish the soul. After he left the ruins, Yang Yi went to the human dimension. Presently, he had the Bodhi leaf, so he was safe for now. Thus, had decided to go see Su Qingshi and the others. He really missed them as they hadn't met for so long. Once he entered the human dimension, Yang Yi contacted Yang Lianshuang, and it didn't take long for her to appear before him. Yang Lianshuang smiled. Long time no see. Yang Yi nodded. How have all of you been? Has anyone come looking for you? She shook her head slightly. We stayed hidden and kept a low profile. Perhaps no one is aware that your wives and daughter are with us, so no powers have acted against us. Yang Yi nodded. That's good news. Had been worried that other powers would target Su Qingshi and the others. Obviously, had worried for nothing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Lianshuang, help me with something. Help me find a divine treasure that can nourish the soul. It's best if it's at the sage rank. A divine treasure capable of nourishing the soul? Yang Lianshuang thought for a moment and replied, All right, I'll find out. Come on, let's go see your wives. Yang Lianshuang led Yang Yi deep into a mountain range, and there was a city there. The city wasn't very large, but it was well concealed. It was surrounded by many mountains, and there were signs of a formation there. Unless an expert around the sage realm passed from above, it would be utterly impossible for anyone to notice the city. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Lianshuang said. I've brought everyone from the Yang clan up here. This is our base now. I've made an organization here, and it focuses on gathering information about all the other forces. Presently, we're able to obtain news about all the race's actions at the first possible moment. Even when you were pursued by a sage and saved by the weapon path, we were one of the few powers that were the first to find out. Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment. You know about all of that? Of course. Yang Lianshuang smiled. Our eyes cover all the races. However, you really surprised us. We'd been able to constantly track you before this, but for some reason, your whereabouts were concealed, and even we weren't able to track you. Yang Yi smiled, and he knew it probably was the Bodhi leaf's work. Suddenly Yang Lianshuang said, We're here! Yang Yi stopped. A woman in a green dress was standing at the entrance to the city, and she was Su Qingshi, whom he hadn't met for a very long time. She grinned when she saw him. "You're back!" Yang Yi walked over to her, took her hand, and smiled. "I am." Su Qingshi nodded slightly. "Come, let's go see Shuer and the others." As she watched Yang Yi vanish with Su Qingshi, Yang Lianshuang shrugged, and then glanced at her wrist. "It's 12. She looked up at the sky. "Sigh, if only I studied well all those years ago. Otherwise, I may have been able to make one of those bombs." At this moment, Yang Lianshuang felt a rare trace of regret. She regretted skipping classes all those years ago. In the next few days, Yang Yi stayed by Su Qingshi and the other side at all times. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing that made him happier than being with them. Especially Shuer. She had grown much taller, but Lei Lin was still tiny as always. Lei Lin was extremely happy to see him and Snowy. She took Snowy in her arms and kept petting Snowy, and the latter didn't refuse it at all. Snowy didn't acknowledge many people. Lei Lin was one, and Shuer was another. As he watched Snowy and the other little ones play, a smile couldn't help but curl up on Yang Yi's face. Wouldn't it be great if things could be like this forever? Such a thought had only flashed through his mind. It wasn't easy for someone to live in peace and enjoy life in this world, especially Yang Yi, because he was entangled with so much trouble. 5 days later, Yang Lianshuang came to Yang Yi. "The soul-mend casket," Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. "It was once a precious treasure of the sky race, and it's a divine treasure that specializes in nourishing the soul. Not only can it nurture the soul, it can improve one's soul. It's a treasure that soul cultivators dream of obtaining." Yang Yi asked. "Is it in the sky dimension?" She shook her head. "It's in Cosmic Star City. It's a trade city for all the races, and they practically carry out all their business there. You'll be able to take a look at the treasures from all the races there." "Cosmic Star City?" Yang Yi nodded. "I have to go now." He didn't want to delay Blood Maiden's recuperation. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Daddy, are you leaving again?" Yang Yi saw Shuer standing there. Yang Yi walked over to Shuer, rubbed her head, and said, "Daddy has something important to do. You understand, right?" Shuer looked down and fell silent. Yang Yi had quite a string of complicated emotions in his heart. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi walked over, glanced at him, and said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. He glanced at Shuer and said, "Daddy promises to return and see you later." Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer once he finished speaking. He immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished from the house. Meanwhile, Shuer suddenly looked up and saw Yang Yi had vanished, causing her to immediately burst into tears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2080 Cosmic Star City. Chapter 2080 Cosmic Star City. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared here once more. Shuer immediately pounced into his arms, and Yang Yi's heart almost shattered as she cried. A long time passed before Shuer looked up at Yang Yi. "Daddy, stay with Shuer for one more day, alright?" "Just one day." Yang Yi wiped off her tears and smiled. "Of course." Just like that, Yang Yi spent one more day here. A day later, Yang Yi left. While he was reluctant, Yang Yi still left. Because it wasn't time to enjoy life with his family. In the sky, Yang Lianshuang said, "He'll only be sending you off until here." Yang Yi gazed at her. "You definitely came with me because you have something to say, right?" "Smart." Yang Lianshuang smiled, and then she passed a fist-sized stone to him. "A transmission stone. If you need something, just say it to this stone. Besides that, according to the information I received, the God race may be about to do something." Yang Yi frowned. "The God race?" Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly. "I've analyzed the relationship between all the other races, the God race, and some other mysterious organizations. A very, very long time ago, the god race reigned supreme, so the other races and the mysterious organizations joined forces against them. The god race lost that battle, but the alliance they formed wasn't able to annihilate the god race. Now, the god race is slowly revealing themselves again. So, I presume many organizations have started to pay attention to them. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. What do they plan to do? She shook her head. I'm not sure for now. However, it definitely won't be anything good. Once they show themselves, it'll definitely be accompanied by a storm of blood. In short, be careful. Yang Yi nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and said, I killed the sovereign of man's son. Help me keep an eye on the sovereign of man. Yang Lianshuang replied. We're monitoring them at all times. Don't worry, he doesn't have time for you now. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yang Lianshuang smiled. He has to reorganize the organizations within the human dimension. Because everyone knows that something serious is about to happen. So, all the races are converging their forces now, but the human race's situation is the most complicated. It has the 10 paradises, 3 hallowed grounds, and 4 clans. All of these powers aren't very obedient, Yang Yi said. But he can't just remain indifferent after losing a son, right? She spoke indifferently. The sovereign of man has 36 sons. While that one he lost wasn't bad, he can only be ranked in the top 10 of all 35. Right, the sovereign of man has over a dozen daughters too. Every single one of them is gorgeous. Don't fall for them, alright. Yang Yi shook his head. Be careful. Let me know if anything happens. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer. He turned around, and a ray of light flashed through the sky. Yang Lianshuang gazed at where Yang Yi had been standing and spoke softly. He's still as ruthless as ever. She vanished into the distance. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the important matter at hand was to get the soulmate casket. His strength had improved tremendously, but he still wasn't confident in being able to fight a sage. While he was at the Zen realm, the gap between him and a sage still existed. However, it wasn't that huge anymore. While there was a gap, it wasn't to the point of rendering him incapable of fighting back. Cosmic Star City. Yang Yi was heading to Cosmic Star City because according to Yang Lianshuang's information, the soulmate casket would be auctioned off there. Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword, and it took him almost 3 days to get there. Cosmic Star City floated in outer space, and it was extremely huge like a colossus lying in space. There were numerous dark red rays of light around it, and they formed circles that flew around the city. It was an anti-flying formation. The red light felt extremely dangerous to Yang Yi, and he knew that if he didn't stop flying, then he would either die or get heavily injured from them. Yang Yi glanced at the red circles of light, and then he went to the city entrance. There was an old man there, and he couldn't see through the old man. The old man suddenly opened his eyes when he saw Yang Yi walk over. The Zen realm, 100 immortal crystals? Yang Yi asked. An entrance fee? The old man nodded. Anyone who enters the city must pay an entrance fee, and the amount varies by cultivation. Yang Yi asked. What if it's a sage? The old man replied indifferently. It's naturally free for sages. But you're not a sage, right? Yang Yi smiled and flicked a spatial ring to the old man. The old man glanced at it and said, Go on in. Yang Yi was about to enter when the old man suddenly asked, Is it your first time here? Yang Yi nodded. The old man said, There's one thing you should know. Fighting is prohibited in rooms, and you can fight outside. However, you'll have to pay 10 times the price in compensation if you damage anything. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Do I look like someone who'll fight others? The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Very. Yang Yi's face froze, and then he said, I practically never fight. Yang Yi walked into the city once he finished speaking. He wasn't lying. Because he usually didn't fight, he killed. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he rested his body against the wall again. Huge. Yang Yi noticed that the city was much larger than had expected upon walking in. Just its streets were over 300 m wide. It was shocking. There were many people in the city too. Many were rushing in from the outside, and there were many leaving as well. There were people from the human race, spirit race, demon race. In short, all the races could be seen here. It was like a large family that accommodated all the races. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. While he had the Bodhi leaf, he didn't dare to act carelessly. After all, he was still quite famous among all the races. So, if anyone recognized him, it would definitely cause endless trouble for him. Thus, Yang Yi wore a black robe and used both the Bodhi leaf and sword domain to conceal himself. Now, even Su Qingshi wouldn't be able to recognize him, even if she was standing right beside him. Yang Yi went over to the auction house called the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The soulmate casket would be auctioned here in 3 days. However, he had to get an invitation to enter the auction. An invitation? Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he walked towards the entrance. However, right when he was about to enter, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She seemed to be around the age of 20. She was pretty, and had a warm smile that gladdened the hearts of anyone who looked at her. The man smiled. "Esteemed guest, may I know what you need? Can I help you with anything?" Yang Yi sized her up and said, "I want to auction off something." She smiled. "May I know what it is?" Yang Yi said. "Can we talk inside?" She hurriedly said, "Of course, forgive Xiao Yu. Please come inside." She gestured for him to enter once she finished speaking. She led him to a room. The room was quite spacious, and she hurriedly served him a cup of tea once he was seated. Of course, it was no ordinary tea, but it wasn't very special either. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, "May I know what you plan to auction?" Yang Yi passed a pair of gloves to her. It was something had obtained from one of his enemies, and it was at the sage rank. He hadn't used it since he obtained it because the Sky Dragon made the gloves quite useless in his hands. Once he used the Sky Dragon, his claws were much more terrifying than the gloves. Xiao Yu was stunned when she saw the gloves, and then she quickly bowed to Yang Yi. "I'm sorry if my previous service wasn't satisfactory. Please wait a moment while I get managerly." She quickly ran out of the room once she finished speaking. A short while later, a middle-aged man walked in, and Xiao Yu was behind him. The middle-aged man glanced at the gloves that floated before Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and cupped his fist. "I'm a manager here, Li He. You want to auction this treasure?" Yang Yi nodded. A smile curled up on the corners of the middle-aged man's face. "May I know if you want crystals or other treasures in return?" Yang Yi asked. "How many crystals can I get from it?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and replied, "Around 500,000 immortal crystals, maybe more." 500,000. Yang Yi was quite surprised. That was a really huge amount. Even though he had Snowy, it would take her at least 3 to 5 years to produce so many immortal crystals for him. Moreover, it was even under the condition that Snowy wasn't lazy. If Snowy slacked off, it would probably take even longer. The middle-aged man thought Yang Yi was displeased and hurriedly said, "This pair of gloves is a great treasure. Unfortunately, it's clearly made for body cultivators. I'm sure you're aware how few body cultivators there are. If it was a defensive treasure or a weapon like a spear or sword, it would sell for at least 800,000 or even 1,000,000. Yang Yi said, "Yes, I understand. I heard you'll be holding an auction soon. Can you auction it then?" "Of course." The middle-aged man smiled. Actually, had guessed that since Yang Yi had asked for it to be auctioned now, it was clearly so that it would be auctioned in the upcoming auction. After all, countless wealthy experts would be attending it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I heard there are conditions to attend the auction. I understand." Li He smiled and glanced at Xiao Yu. The latter understood what he meant and quickly left. A short while later, she walked in and went over to Yang Yi before respectfully passing a silver card to him. Li He smiled. "This is our member card. You can join any of our auctions with that." Yang Yi nodded, took it, and said, "It'll be back in 3 days." He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. However, he suddenly stopped at the door and said, "That little girl isn't bad. She has quite the discerning gaze, and she's humble and knows her place. It's a waste of her talent to keep her as a normal attendant." Yang Yi left once he finished speaking. Xiao Yu's body stiffened on the spot. Meanwhile, Li He glanced at her and said, "From today onward, you'll be our assistant manager." Xiao Yu was stunned, and then she hurriedly bowed to him. "Thank you, Manager Li." At the same time, she said inwardly, "Thank you for praising me, Senior." The senior she mentioned was naturally Yang Yi. Chapter 2081 Soulmate Casket. Chapter 2081 Soulmate Casket. Yang Yi left. Head only said that on a whim, and even he may not be aware that what he said so randomly would change a person's fate. Yang Yi found an empty area in the city and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. Even though Head attained the Zen realm, he did cheat a little to get this far. So, he had to spend some time consolidating his cultivation. The Zen realm. It was definitely like a dividing mountain. Head passed over it, and his strength had improved tremendously as a result. Now, he naturally didn't fear anyone below the sage realm. But the problem was that all his opponents were sages now. So, he was in a difficult position. All along the way, Yang Yi noticed that cultivating was like climbing mountains. When you reach the top of the mountain, you'll realize that there was a taller mountain up ahead, and when you get up to the top of that mountain, you'll make the same discovery again. Cultivation was an endless process. Even those progenitors didn't dare to say that they'd arrived at the end of the path of cultivation. Besides that, Yang Yi had one more thing to do, and it was to play with Snowy and Tianxiu. Snowy's thoughts were very simple, and it was to play. Her life was naturally a carefree one, but that was exactly what Yang Yi wanted. He would never let that little fellow bear any kind of pressure. Moreover, based on her ability, she could live a carefree life no matter who she chose to stay with. He never doubted this because even the progenitors would be willing to accept her. Who wouldn't want a sprite lord? Time passed very quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and went to the auction house. This time, he met a different attendant. She glanced at him and said, "We're holding the auction today, so you must display your proof of entrance to enter." Yang Yi was about to withdraw the silver card when a voice suddenly resounded. "Senior, is that you?" Yang Yi turned to look towards the source of it, and he saw Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu strode swiftly to Yang Yi, bowed slightly, and said, "Senior, please come with me. I've prepared a room for you." Yang Yi nodded and entered with her. She led Yang Yi to a luxurious room, and it was many times more luxurious than the room had been led to when he came here for the first time. Moreover, the tea was different too. The tea he had now contained dense spirit energy, and it was clearly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pointed at the screen on the wall. "Senior, when the auction starts, you can watch it here, and if you like anything, you can press the red button beside you." She paused for a moment and added, "But senior, you must remember to only make real bids. If you don't have sufficient money when it's time to pay, the auction house will be ruthless." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Senior, your treasure will be auctioned today too." "Right, if it's sold, the auction house will take a fee of 5%. It's part of the rules." Yang Yi asked, "Will many be participating?" Xiao Yu smiled. "Yes. Because the auction house has a divine treasure this time. However, my authority is limited, so I don't know what it is. However, you'll be able to see it later." Yang Yi nodded and didn't speak further. Xiao Yu said, "Senior, just tell me if you need anything else." She was very sensible and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at the wall. It didn't take long for a beautiful woman to appear there. She was standing on a round platform, and it was floating in midair. She glanced at the surroundings and smiled. "Thank you for attending our auction. Now, allow us to show you many rare treasures. I hope you'll all leave satisfied tonight." She waved her hand lightly. In an instant, A white jade box appeared in her grasp, and everyone watched as she opened it with a smile on her face. There was a fist-sized white pearl in it. Yang Yi frowned. What's that? Meanwhile, the woman smiled. An inner core that belonged to a sage realm demon beast. Clamorous noise resounded. The inner core of a sage realm demon beast. Yang Yi was quite shocked as well because it was an absolutely precious treasure. Especially to him. His current physical strength was comparable to a major Zen realm demon beast, so if he swallowed that inner core, he may be able to rise a level higher with the energy it contained. However, Yang Yi knew that it would definitely be absolutely expensive. Sure enough, the woman continued. The lowest price is 300,000 immortal crystals, and the minimum increment is 50,000 immortal crystals. The bidding starts now. In the room, Yang Yi was really quite tempted, and he wished for nothing more than to summon Snowy and make her produce millions of immortal crystals. Unfortunately, it wasn't realistic, and Snowy would kill him. Meanwhile, the bids for the inner core had gone up to 800,000, and it seemed like it may go higher. 900,000. The beautiful woman suddenly said. 900,000. Any higher bids? 950,000. A low voice resounded. The woman looked over to its source while a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. 950,000. Anyone want to bid 1,000,000? The surroundings fell silent. A sage realm demon beast's inner core was precious, but 950,000 immortal crystals was a huge amount. Only large clans and some other organizations were capable of producing such an amount of immortal crystals. Moreover, even if they possessed it, it would still hurt. In any case, Yang Yi couldn't afford it. The beautiful woman glanced at the surroundings and smiled. 950,000 once. 950,000 twice. 950,000 thrice. She put the box away and smiled. Sold. Just like that, the inner core had a new owner. At this moment, Yang Yi had the slight urge to rob it. However, it was only a thought. If it wasn't his, he usually wouldn't try to get it by force. Moreover, since that person had been able to pay so much, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, the beautiful woman smiled. Firstly, thank you for attending this auction. There's something I have to clarify. Everyone must abide by the rules here, and it's that fighting is prohibited. As for outside the auction house, that isn't the auction house's business anymore. Yang Yi glanced at the woman. Obviously, she was afraid that someone would cause trouble. It made sense because if even the auction house wasn't safe, would anyone dare to buy or sell here? Thus, once someone attacked another here, it would cause extremely adverse effects to the auction house. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman smiled. I believe that since you're here, you're definitely well aware of my auction house's rules. So, I won't speak more about it. Now, let's take a look at the second treasure for today. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and another white jade box appeared in her grasp. She smiled and opened it. There was a pitch-black rock within it, and it was the size of an adult's head. She glanced at the surroundings and said, It's called meteorite iron, and it's at the sage rank. Based on my auction house's estimations, if it's used to craft a sword, saber, or any other weapon, it should be able to be made into at least 3. In other words, it can produce at least 3 sage rank weapons. She paused for a moment and smiled. Of course, it's just our estimation. The equipment refiner's skill plays a huge role in it. The starting price is 200,000 immortal crystals, and the minimum increment is 50,000 immortal crystals. Begin! Meteorite iron. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. While it was a good treasure, it wasn't that attractive to him. He was a sword cultivator, and he had the best swords already. Both the Sword Supreme and Judgment were one of the best swords in this world. Of course, he couldn't get it even if he wanted to. The Soulmend casket was the most important to him. As for everything else, he could only look even if he wanted it. Around 15 minutes later, the rock was sold for 500,000 immortal crystals. Meanwhile, another box appeared in the beautiful woman's grasp, and there was a pair of gloves in it. Yan Yes' attention was instantly aroused when he noticed this. After all, it was his. The woman smiled. This is a page of sage rank gloves in perfect condition. Regardless of whether you're a body cultivator or any other cultivator, possessing it will definitely improve your strength by a level. I'm sure all of you can discern that for yourselves. The starting bid is 400,000 immortal crystals, and the minimum increment is 50,000 immortal crystals. 500,000. A voice resounded from below. 550,000. Another voice resounded. 600,000. Yan Yes' heart skipped a beat with every bid. He didn't really care about immortal crystals in the past, and that was because he had enough for himself. Yet now, he realized that they were extremely useful. Moreover, had also realized that he was very poor. 700,000. 750,000. Just like that, the price stopped at 750,000 after around 15 minutes passed. 750,000. Yan Yi took a deep breath and calmed himself. While he was a little dissatisfied by the amount, it was still all right. Everyone! Suddenly, the woman smiled and said, "The next item is something that all soul cultivators and anyone with an injured soul should not miss." Yan Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, the next item would be the soul mend casket. Chapter 2082 Force. Chapter 2082 Force. The soul mend casket. It was his main objective. Meanwhile, a casket appeared on the round platform. It was dark black, and there were rays of black light coiled around it. As soon as it appeared there, Yan Yi felt an extremely comfortable feeling permeate his soul. Yan Yi wasn't the only one, everyone else here felt the same. The beautiful woman smiled. "Everyone, this soul mend casket is made of top-rate soulwood. According to the information we procured, it was made from a total of 9 sage-rank soul trees. Moreover, there's a soul tree seed in it. Simply speaking, if a soul cultivator obtains it, that person's cultivation speed will be 3 to 5 times faster. Even if you're not a soul cultivator, your soul will be able to grow tremendously with it." She smiled and continued. "That isn't its only effect. If you possess it, normal soul cultivators won't be a threat to you at all, because it can isolate soul fluctuations. Moreover, it can pose a huge threat to another soul. So, if a soul cultivator obtains it, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger, and if an ordinary cultivator obtains it, that person will become the bane of soul cultivators." The soul mend casket. Yan Yi clenched his fist slowly. He was determined to obtain it. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman on the circular platform smiled. "Because it's very useful even to sages, it's quite expensive. However, I believe that it won't be a problem for all of you. Now, let's get back to the auction. The starting bid is 500,000, and the minimum increment is 50,000. Now, let the bidding begin." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and a cup of tea fell into her grasp. She took a sip and a charming smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. 750,000. A voice resounded abruptly. Everyone looked towards its source, and it was Yan Yes' room. Yan Yes' face was indifferent. 750,000 was everything he had. The reason had been the first to bid was because he didn't want too many to join in the bidding and make it go too high. The woman glanced at Yan Yes' room and smiled. 750,000 once. She hadn't even finished speaking when another voice resounded. 800,000. The smile on her lips curled up a little more. She was about to speak when Yan Yes' voice resounded. 1 million! Her face stiffened, and then she gazed at Yan Yes' room. Yan Yes' face was very calm, and it seemed like he wasn't the one who'd made a bid of 1 million. A competition of money? Yan Yi didn't have much money, but he had lots of treasures. He was determined to get the soul mend casket today. The surroundings fell silent. It was obvious that someone was determined to obtain it. So many who had some desire to obtain it had given up those thoughts. They could fight for it under normal circumstances, but it wasn't normal now. The beautiful woman took a deep and long glance in Yang Yes' direction and said, 1,000,000 once! No one said anything. The woman continued, 1,000,000 twice! The surroundings still remained silent. She was about to complete the bid when a voice suddenly resounded. 1,000,000! A smile appeared on the woman's face again when she heard this. Even though the soulman casket wasn't bet, it was worth 1,000,000 at most. Now that it had gone for 1,000,000, it far surpassed her expectations. She didn't say anything and just gazed at the direction of Yang Yes' room while a trace of anticipation could be seen in her eyes. Suddenly, the door to Yang Yes' room swung open, and then a black-robed figure walked close to the round platform. The beautiful woman asked in a soft voice while secretly raising her guard. Yes? Yang Yi glanced at the soulman casket and said, 3,000,000. He glanced at the surroundings and continued, I don't have much in life, except money. Anyone else? Go on, let's bid until we're satisfied. A voice resounded. 4,000,000. Yang Yi didn't even spare a glance towards the source of the voice and just said, 5,000,000. The voice said, 6,000,000. Right when everyone thought Yang Yi would continue, Yang Yi shrugged and said, Congratulations, it's yours. Yang Yi turned around and returned to his room. The atmosphere here became extremely awkward. Damn it! A young man in a room suddenly cursed, and he seemed to still be angry and slammed the ground. Boom! The entire room shook violently and was almost smashed apart by his punch. Actually, Head decided to give up when Yang Yi made a bid of 1,000,000. The only reason Head continued was because Yang Yi seemed so determined to obtain it, and that really annoyed him. So, Head planned to make Yang Yi lose money. However, he hadn't expected to dig his own grave. He couldn't swallow this loss. A short while later he calmed down. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman walked in, and it was the woman who was conducting the auction outside. The woman acted as if she hadn't noticed the cracked walls. She withdrew a spatial ring and smiled. Esteemed guest, your purchase is here. The young man glanced at her and said, I want to know who that was. She glanced at him and said, I'm sorry, we can't reveal that. The man withdrew a violet card and waved it at her. Her expression changed at the sight of it, and a long time passed before she spoke solemnly. You'll find out. She turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, I don't want the soulman casket anymore. She glanced at him and said, All right. Meanwhile, the young man added, Didn't he want it? You can sell it to him at a lower price. A cold smile curled up on his lips as he spoke those words. The beautiful woman looked him in the eyes. Allow me to overstep a little. I presume you got this violet card from your clan. Are you really sure you want to use it for something minor like this? The young man spoke indifferently. That's my business. She nodded, took the ring, and left without saying another word. In the room, the young man's face gradually turned gloomy. The price he paid was quite huge. But he didn't regret it. Yang Yi returned to his room and sat down. His mind was very calm. Xiaoyu was standing not too far away from him. Yang Yi gazed at her. Is there really another treasure that can nurture the soul? Xiaoyu nodded. Senior, I've taken a look, and there's a treasure in our inventory called the Soul Tablet. It's a divine treasure too, and its effects are around the same as the soulman casket. If you're not using it for cultivating and just to nurture the soul, then it's completely sufficient. Moreover, it's only around 600,000 immortal crystals for esteemed guests. You'll definitely be able to afford it. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yes' mouth. 6,000,000? Was he mad? Of course he wasn't. Actually, if Xiaoyu hadn't come in and told him about the soul tablet, he would have definitely stopped at nothing to buy the soulman casket. After all, even if it was mad, the most important thing was Blood Maiden. However, since he had another choice, he would naturally do something so insane. Yang Yi glanced at Xiaoyu. Now, he believed that saying a little, good is repaid with good. A few words Head casually said had given him this in return. Otherwise, he would have lost so much. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She'd been quite anxious when she came in earlier, as she was afraid that she was overstepping. However, it was clear that she hadn't. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked in. She glanced at Xiao Yu, and the latter bowed to her before leaving. The beautiful woman walked over to Yang Yi and smiled. Esteemed guest, we had a little problem, and the previous buyer is unable to buy it due to certain reasons. So, Yang Yi suddenly said, so you want to sell it to me? She didn't react with embarrassment at all, and she smiled. Esteemed guest, you're a smart person, so we'll be direct. If you want, we can sell it to you for 3 million. Yang Yi suddenly stood up. Sorry, I don't want it anymore. Put it up for auction again. I think it'll go for 6 million again. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, I see. I'm sorry for disturbing you. She immediately turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly Yang Yi said, I'm a little curious because that person was actually able to reject a purchase. Right, what I'm trying to say is tell that person something for me. I'm not here in Cosmic Star City to look for trouble, so don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, they'll bash him up. She took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before she said, Of course. She left the room. Around 15 minutes later, Xiao Yu suddenly walked in. Yang Yi gazed at her, and the latter hesitated for a moment before passing a spatial ring to him. Senior, these are the immortal crystals from the item you sold. Please leave immediately. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's wrong? She spoke softly. That person seems to possess extremely high status, and the higher-ups have started to investigate you. Is that so? Yang Yi's face remained indifferent beneath his robe. Xiao Yu spoke softly. Leave quickly from the back door. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the beautiful woman walked in. After that, she gazed at Xiao Yu, and the latter instantly turned pale in response. The beautiful woman suddenly said, Leave. Xiao Yu's hands started trembling, but she didn't dare to fight back and was about to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, There's no need to leave. Just stay here. No one will dare to touch you. Xiao Yu gazed at Yang Yi. The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi. Is that so? Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. Her expression changed drastically, and she was about to counterattack, but it was too late. Yang Yi's hand had clamped down on her throat. Yang Yi slowly lifted her up and said, Xiao Yu, go notify the higher-ups of this place. Tell them that I'd like to have a discussion about their so-called rules. If no one comes within 10 breaths of time, then I'm going to destroy this place. Chapter 2083 A Maleficent Existence. Chapter 2083 A Maleficent Existence. Xiao Yu was stunned by this. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to suddenly attack. After all, it was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and it had been many, many years since someone had dared to cause trouble here. The beautiful woman hadn't expected it either, but it didn't take long for quite an unsightly expression to appear on her face. Since he dared to attack her here, she knew that he definitely had something to rely on. Moreover, once this incident escalated further, it would be absolutely disadvantageous for her. Because she'd frequently watched as others took the blame to resolve an issue, and she'd even done that to someone on many occasions. So, as soon as she thought up to this point, the woman said, Can we discuss this? Discuss it? Yang Yi raised her to face him and said, Why didn't you discuss it with me when you helped someone else act against me? Why didn't you discuss it with me when you helped someone investigate me? The beautiful woman couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu, but the latter was looking down, and her hands were trembling. Yang Yi suddenly said, Stop looking at her. You won't have the chance to look for trouble with her. It wasn't that Yang Yi liked to cause trouble. He didn't even know who wanted to look for trouble with him, but he knew that the auction house was helping that person. The rules. The auction house wanted them to follow its rules and had done that. However, they were helping someone else break the rules and act against him. If it wasn't for Xiao Yu, he may have been caught completely unaware. Was it fair? Obviously it wasn't. Since it wasn't fair, he took action. He was all alone right now. So, not to mention this auction house, he even dared to fight the Sage Alliance. Whether he could defeat them was an entirely different story, but in any case, he dared to meet them in battle. Suddenly, an old man walked in. A sage. Xiao Yu hurriedly bowed respectfully at the sight of him. Elder Han! The old man nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Yan Yi and the beautiful woman. His gaze descended onto Yan Yi. Didn't you want to meet the person who's really in charge here? I can be considered to be that person. So, can you let her go? Yan Yi released her, and she hurried to the old man's side and bowed respectfully. Ing Hong deserves death for disturbing you, Elder Han. The old man waved his hand, and the latter hurriedly moved aside. The old man gazed at Yang Yi. The Zen realm. Since you dared to cause trouble here, I presume you have something to rely on. Come on, tell me what it is. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion's forces weren't weak, but someone like him who'd lived to his age was clearly aware that while there aren't many organizations that are stronger than the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, there weren't a few either. Some were existences that they couldn't afford to offend, or at the very least, they couldn't afford to offend it for something so minor. Otherwise, it may cause extremely troublesome conflict, or even war between them. Yan Yi chuckled. Yang Yi sat at the side. You immediately asked about my backing and not about what happened. So, this is how the Immortal Treasure Pavilion really acts. I wonder how everyone outside will think if they find out that your auction house joined forces with others to act against a guest. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. You may not have the chance to leave. You want to kill me to keep me quiet? Yan Yi suddenly stood up and looked the old man in the eyes. Why don't you give it a try? He didn't back down at all. Ing Hong's face grew even more unsightly. She knew that this incident had become even more difficult to deal with. The old man suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then a wave of terrifying pressure slammed down at Yang Yi. He was probing Yang Yi. He was a sage at any rate, so how could he be scared off by just a few words? However, he didn't go too far and was just probing Yang Yi. The aura of a sage wasn't something just anyone could resist. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, defeating a sage may be very difficult, but suppressing him with the aura of a sage was only a dream. Yang Yi took a step forward, and a wave of dragon pressure swept out. The dragon pressure had naturally come from the sky dragon. Of course, it wasn't just the dragon pressure, there was his own aura too. Just the dragon presume was clearly insufficient to resist the pressure from a sage. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. The two girls watched as the auras converged together. A moment of silence ensued, and then they exploded apart and vanished without a trace. The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and he said, It's extraordinary that you possess such an aura and might in the Zen realm. However, if that's all you have, then you've made a huge mistake. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. As soon as he saw the sword, the old man's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Yang Yi. It's you! The sword in Yang Yi's grasp was the sword supreme. The old man naturally recognized it. After all, did anyone from his time not recognize it? Was anyone not aware that it was in Yang Yi's possession right now? So, had recognized Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, I didn't come here to cause trouble, and I only did this because I wanted to seek justice. Your people joined forces with others to act against me, so how will the Immortal Treasure Pavilion uphold justice for me? Of course, you can refuse, but that's fine too. I can do it myself. To be honest, I have so many enemies that adding one more won't make a difference. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. Yang Yi! That maleficent existence. He naturally knew a little about Yang Yi. The Sage Alliance was pursuing him, and had even sent out more than one sage. However, Yang Yi was still alive and well. So, he refused to believe that the weapon path or Dao path hadn't helped Yang Yi. While Yang Yi was a monstrous genius, he wasn't that monstrous to be able to resist the entire Sage Alliance. At this moment, he had quite the headache. How did we offend this maleficent existence? As soon as he thought up to this point, he gazed at Ing Hong, and the latter turned pale. She knew that this person before her was someone that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion didn't dare to rashly offend. So, she was going to suffer. The old man said, "From now onward, you're not a manager here. Return to the headquarters." Ing Hong laughed bitterly. It was the best outcome she could hope for. If she hadn't made some contributions throughout these years, she would have probably lost her life. In the eyes of high and mighty sages, the lives of nobodies were completely worthless. Not all sages were kind-hearted. Ing Hong glanced at Yang Yi, and then she left. Meanwhile, the old man asked, "Is that enough? Compensation for emotional distress?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "You joined forces with someone else to act against me, and it caused incurable emotional distress to me. It's extremely disadvantageous to my future cultivation, so I think that you should compensate me somehow, right?" The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Don't go too far." "Go too far?" Yang Yi suddenly jumped up and said, "What? Am I wrong? You joined forces and even sold my information to that person." He stopped and continued, "Fine, you don't have to compensate me if you don't want to." Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the door. He suddenly stopped when he arrived before it and said, "If others find out what the Immortal Treasure Pavilion did, I wonder if it'll cause any adverse effect?" Meanwhile, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. "What do you want?" Yang Yi stopped beating around the bush. "I came here for the Soulman casket, but it's too expensive, and I only have 500,000 immortal crystals. I can't afford it, I really can't. I'm so poor." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "That's fine, we're willing to sell it to you for 500,000. Let's just consider it as us making friends with you, alright?" "Really?" Yang Yi spoke with excitement. "Is that true? Oh my, I couldn't accept that. But since you're being so sincere, refusing would be too rude." "Alright, I agree. Bring it over here now." Xiao Yu was stunned by this. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. He didn't hesitate, and immediately got someone to bring the Soulman casket. Yang Yi put it away, and then he passed 500,000 immortal crystals to the old man. Yang Yi cupped his fist to the old man and smiled. "Thanks. Right, I have something else to do, so I'll be bidding my farewells." He was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly gazed at Xiao Yu. "I want to take her with me. It's not a problem, right?" The old man glanced at him and said, "No problem." Yang Yi nodded, and then he left with her. Once they left, Ing Hong appeared in the room again. Ing Hong suddenly asked, "Elder Han, who is he?" The old man spoke indifferently. "A maleficent existence. We can't afford to offend him, or we'll be dragged into some vortexes." Ing Hong spoke in a low voice. "Young Masterly from Room 3 plans to kill him. Should I warn him?" Elder Han asked. "Who do you plan to warn?" "That black-robed man." Ing Hong continued. "The Li clan isn't ordinary." The old man laughed with ridicule. "You should be warning that piece of trash from the Li clan. I really don't know what that old man from the Li clan is thinking. He actually sent such a worthless idiot to embarrass him, and even gave that idiot a violet esteemed guest card. What an absolute idiot. Even he didn't want to offend Yang Yi. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yang Yi, he just didn't want to offend Yang Yi. Because his troubles would be endless if he did." Ing Hong was shocked. "Who is he?" "Even the Li clan." Elder Han shook his head. "Ignore that, and don't mention that useless idiot again. The Li clan deserves to suffer. Moreover, they even caused us to suffer. Such idiots." He turned around and left. Ing Hong was stunned on the spot. The Li clan. It was the #1 clan in the sky race. Chapter 2084 It's none of my business. Chapter 2084 It's none of my business. Outside the city. Yang Yi led Xiao Yu out of the city before he stopped, and then he gazed at her. am sorry for dragging you down with me. She shook her head slightly. I chose this. Even though she felt a slight sense of loss from losing her future career, she didn't blame Yang Yi. Because what Yang Yi said that day was the only reason she had been able to climb up the ranks. So, she couldn't stand by idly when they were acting against him. Yang Yi said, Miss Xiao Yu, your talent in cultivation isn't that good, but your management talent is quite good. I have a place that I can recommend you to. I wonder if you're willing? Of course, I can guarantee that if you go there, you'll definitely be given an important position that will let you reveal your talent. Xiao Yu gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. Perhaps it isn't as huge as the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but its potential is absolutely huge. Most importantly, you'll get an important position there. Of course, I won't stop you if you have a better place to go. She shook her head. I don't have anywhere else to go. Yang Yi said. Then go now to the human dimension and look for Yang Lianshuang. He waved his right hand, and a black-robed figure appeared by her side. It was the Major Zen Realm Sword Servant Head Refined. Head Refined, two of them, and this was one of those two. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and replied. All right. Right, you must be careful of that person who was investigating you. He may not let the matter rest. Yang Yi nodded. I will. Travel safely. She didn't say anything else. She just bowed to him and left. Yang Yi glanced at the direction she left towards, and then he looked back at the city. He was about to leave when a voice resounded. You're leaving just like that? As soon as the voice finished resounding, a young man appeared not too far to Yang Yi's right. The young man was around the age of 20. He looked handsome, and he held 2 crystal blue balls in his right grasp. There was an old man behind him, and the old man's palms were hidden beneath his sleeves while his eyes remained closed. Yang Yi gazed at the young man and said, You're the one who bought the soulmate casket, right? Smart. The young man walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Do you know that I wasted a precious opportunity because of you? It could have helped my clan do much more, but it's gone because of you. Yang Yi chuckled. So it's my fault? The young man smiled. Who else am I supposed to blame? Meanwhile, Yang Yi shrugged. Allow me to be honest, we're both men, so let's just be straightforward. If you want to fight, then attack me. As for all that nonsense, just save it. I don't have the time to waste on you. I can earn hundreds of thousands of immortal crystals in every breath of time. Is that so? The young man roared with laughter. So, since I've wasted so much of your time, I should be compensating you for your losses? Smart. Yang Yi snapped his finger. Too smart. This won't end without at least 1,000,000 immortal crystals. How laughable. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly spoke. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. You can notify your clan now. The old man opened his eyes and gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi smiled. I'm afraid there won't be anyone to pay me. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. At this moment, the old man's eyes narrowed, and a solemn expression filled his eyes. At the same time, he vanished on the spot as well. He was in front of the young man when he appeared again, and a fist was already descending towards him. The powerful energy within the fist made him feel a wave of powerful pressure. Meanwhile, the old man's hands moved beneath his sleeves. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of cold light shot towards Yang Yi's fists. Bang! The old man's figure was blasted away while Yang Yi stopped. He glanced at his hand, and there were 2 deep injuries on his fist. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that it was decaying rapidly. Poison! Yang Yi looked up at the old man, and the latter laughed coldly. It's a unique poison that kills anyone below the sage realm. You! His voice stopped abruptly while disbelief filled his eyes. It was because Yang Yi's hand had recovered completely. The old man stared at him. Impossible. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. Bang! The old man was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi appeared in front of him again, and then Yang Yi slammed another punch forward. Bang! 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 The young man watched as the old man was pushed back repeatedly and was practically incapable of fighting back. The old man was completely suppressed. The young man clenched his fists. He knew that had encountered someone formidable. Bang! Suddenly, the old man was slammed into the ground, and the entire ground trembled. The old man couldn't stand up again because Yang Ye's foot had stomped down on his back. The old man wasn't a sage, and he was just a Major Zen realm expert, but Major Zen realm experts were no threat to Yang Yi. After all, he was at the peak of the minor Zen realm now. So, he could crush ordinary Major Zen realm experts even without his sword. Yang Yi didn't kill the old man. He turned to look at the young man instead. Is someone from your clan coming? The young man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I was ignorant and didn't know of your strength. Please, 1 million. Yang Yi raised a finger. 1 million for your lives. If I don't see 1 million in 10 minutes, then I'll keep both your heads. The young man's face turned icy cold. I'm from the Li clan in the Sky Dimension. Even the sovereign of Sky won't change anything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi interrupted the young man. You don't have much time left. It'll kill you if I don't get my immortal crystals. Such high-sounding sentiments. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then an old man appeared here with a cane in his hand. A sage! It was a sage! The young man was visibly relieved when he saw the old man, and he hurriedly went over to the old man. Grandfather. The old man glanced at him. What an embarrassment! The young man didn't dare to talk back, and he just lowered his head slightly. But his gaze glanced over at Yang Yi, and it was filled with resentment. Had really suffered a huge loss today. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi. You don't even take my Li clan seriously, so I'm really curious why you're so confident. Come, let me see what it is. Yang Yi removed his leg from the old man on the ground. I didn't expect sages to be so ordinary like cabbages lately. They just keep appearing for every small thing. May I ask you something? How many sages does the Li clan have? Why? The old man spoke indifferently. Am not enough? Yang Yi chuckled, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. An instant later, a ray of light flashed, and the powerful sword energy cracked open the space in the surroundings. The sword energy instantly arrived in front of the old man, and the old man tapped it with his finger. Bang! The sword energy exploded apart. However, a sword stabbed against the tip of the old man's finger. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man's finger trembled violently while his figure moved over 30 m back. Meanwhile, another sword tore through the air and slashed down at his head. The old man slapped his palm upwards. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away, but it only took an instant for 3 more swords to shoot at the old man. Burial! Judgment, the Sword Supreme, and Sword Fusion. This attack was so powerful that the ground and the surroundings was sliced up into countless pieces. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while a rare trace of seriousness appeared in them. The old man took a step forward, and then he tapped his cane forward. A ray of red light shot out from the tip of his cane. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed over 300 m back. But that was it. As for Yang Yi, had been pushed over 1 kilometer back, and an obvious wisp of scarlet red could be seen on the corner of his mouth. However, Yang Yi was smiling. A sage! Sages weren't that far beyond reach to him anymore. The Sword Supreme. Suddenly, the old man said, It's you! Yang Yi gazed at the old man. I've been recognized again? But it made sense to him because the sword in his grasp was quite famous among sages. It was the Sword Supreme that once instilled fear in the god race. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man said, There's no enmity between you and my Li clan, so why look for trouble with us? No enmity? Yang Yi pointed at the young man. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to make the Immortal Treasure Pavilion investigate me and even came to kill me. Is that what you call no enmity? I'm a person who repays kindness with kindness, and enmity with enmity. I'll remember the Li clan, and I'll pay a visit to it in the future. He turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the old man said, My Li clan is linked to the Tao path. That's none of my business. Yan Yi turned around and gazed at the old man. In any case, I'm enemies with the whole world, so another Li clan doesn't make a difference. If worse comes to worse, it'll just take you down with me. Suddenly, the old man said, It'll give you 1,000,000 immortal crystals. Yan Yi was stunned, and then he smiled. Oh, so you're with the Tao path. Oh my, guess we're on the same side. It was all a misunderstanding. Chapter 2085 Elysium. Chapter 2085 Elysium. The old man glanced at Yan Yi, and then he flicked a spatial ring over. Yan Yi was about to say something when the old man immediately took the young man with him and vanished. Yan Yi glanced at the spatial ring, and then he was furious. Playing tricks with me? The spatial ring wasn't empty, but there was only 350,000 in there. It wasn't 1,000,000 at all. High above in the clouds. The young man stood respectfully behind the old man and didn't dare speak a word. The old man suddenly asked, You're really curious about his identity? The young man hesitated for a moment and said, Grandfather, is he really so strong that even our Li clan has to suffer such humiliation? The old man glanced at him, and the young man didn't say more. The old man stated, I'm 90% confident in being able to kill him. The young man gazed at the old man, and the latter said, But what about the aftermath? There are signs of both the weapon path and Tao path on him. Even though I don't know how important he is to them, I do know that an organization has placed a bounty on him and even sent at least 3 sages after him. However, I don't know where they are right now, but Yang Yi is still alive and well. The young man asked. Both the weapon path and Tao path support him? The old man shook his head. I'm not certain. Both the weapon path and Tao path aren't helping him, but he's not ordinary either. Moreover, it's strange that the Sage Alliance acted against him. It's a huge vortex, or I should say that Yan Yi is the vortex itself, and it's very likely to be the vortex of the fight between paths. It's a vortex that our Li clan can absolutely not get swept into. Otherwise, well, be obliterated. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the young man. I can understand a young man's desire to fight just because of displeasure because I've been young too. However, beware, never force yourself or your clan onto a path that leads to death just for that. The young man hurriedly said, Grandfather, I understand. I won't be impulsive anymore. The old man shook his head. Everyone gets impulsive in their lives. Impulsiveness is always linked to a person's drive. You can't be impulsive, but you can't lose your drive either. Anyway, just treat it as a lesson. The young man suddenly said, Are we just going to let it go? The old man glanced at the place where Yan Yi had vanished from and said, I think many people would like to know where he is. The old man waved his right hand and vanished with the young man. Yan Yi didn't leave Cosmic Star City, and he just found a hidden spot in the city instead. In the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi placed Blood Maiden within the soulmend casket. As soon as her soul entered it, crystal blue specks of light appeared around her soul, and they covered her entire soul. It's working. The negative emotions in Yan Yi's heart were finally relieved completely. Blood Maiden hadn't hesitated to detonate herself in order to save him, and it was something that he could never forget. Fortunately, he could make up for it. Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda and left Cosmic Star City. Now that his presence had been exposed, he knew that it probably wouldn't be long before someone came for him. So, if he didn't leave now, he may not be able to leave at all. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he was just about to leave when he suddenly looked towards the right. He saw a middle-aged man walking slowly in his direction. The middle-aged man had a huge axe resting on his shoulder, and the axe was more than 2 times his size. Yan Yi had met the middle-aged man in the past. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped when he passed by Yan Yi, and then he glanced at Yan Yi before continuing forward. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and soundlessly followed the middle-aged man. In the city, Yan Yi followed the middle-aged man to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, the auction was still going on. The middle-aged man didn't encounter any obstruction and succeeded at entering the auction house. However, he hadn't gone in openly, and had snuck in instead. No one noticed him. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and snuck in as well. If it was before this, then he would definitely be incapable of avoiding detection from the sages here. But he had the Bodhi leaf, and when it was combined with the sword domain, he was able to avoid detection by even sages. The auction house was filled with clamorous noise, and the auction was still going on. A charming and beautiful woman was standing on the round platform and introducing the treasures with a smile on her face. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man who was hiding in the shadows, and the latter glanced at him too, but had only taken a short glance before withdrawing his gaze. Time trickled by. Around 15 minutes later, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. On the round platform, the woman suddenly glanced at the surroundings and smiled. "Everyone, the next item will be the final item for today's auction. It can be said to be the best treasure we've auctioned in the last 30 years. It will absolutely not disappoint all of you. It'll stop beating around the bush and show all of you what it is." As soon as she finished speaking, she patted her hands together, and an old man appeared on the round platform with a very long box in his hands. The old man was actually a sage. Yang Yi recognized the old man. It was the same old man who'd confronted him earlier. Yang Yi's gaze fell on the box. "What kind of treasure needs a sage to escort it?" The woman bowed to the old man. "Thank you, ancestor." The old man nodded, and then he moved to the side. She waved her hand lightly, and the lid floated off the box to reveal a silver halberd. A halberd! The halberd was over a meter long, completely bright silver, and had a fist-sized pearl at its top. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the pearl was actually an eyeball. As for the lower end of the halberd, its hilt, there was a silver tail swaying about there. Additionally, besides the blade of the halberd itself, its entire body was covered in silver scales. Besides that, there were red threads coiled around the halberd, and the box itself had a thin barrier of light around it. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smiled. "Everyone, this halberd is called Elysium, and it belongs to the #1 war god of the god race." The god race. The surroundings fell deathly silent. Anyone with some strength knew what kind of race it was. It was the overlord of the large universe all those years ago, or it should be called the owner of the large universe. At that time, all races had to live while respecting the god race. But many people here hadn't heard of that race's war god. However, the old man's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard that being mentioned. Yang Yi shook his head. He finally understood why the middle-aged man was here. Had met the middle-aged man in the past, and it was while he was at the town he met Tian Xiuin. The middle-aged man had destroyed Emperor Zanuan's tomb. Now, he was clearly here for that treasure of the god race. Yang Yi glanced at the old man on the platform while a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. The god race had emerged once more into the world, yet the immortal treasure pavilion was actually openly auctioning off a treasure of the god race. Wasn't that no different than courting death? On the platform, the woman raised the box higher and said, "Everyone, while it's at the sage rank, it isn't an ordinary sage rank treasure. After all, it was made from a sage realm dragon. Moreover, many other treasures of the god race were used to forge it. Even a progenitor wasn't able to destroy it with ease all those years ago." A smile curled up on her face at this point. "Possessing this treasure will give you the strength to kill enemies above your realm of cultivation. If you're at the Major Zen realm, you can even kill sages with this. It's no exaggeration. It's even enhanced by many secret techniques of the god race, so it can penetrate all sorts of physical defenses and profound energy barriers. Moreover, a remnant of the dragon's soul still resides within it. So, even if you encounter a formidable soul cultivator, that soul cultivator won't be able to harm you while you're protected by the dragon's soul." Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "There should be 2 dragon eyes on the top of this halberd, so why is there only 1? The woman glanced at one of the rooms and smiled. It did have 2 dragon eyes, and it could see through all concealment. "Of course, that's a little exaggerated, But if there are only 10 types of concealment techniques in this world, then it can see through 9. Even if it has lost one of the eyes, seeing through 6 or 7 isn't a problem at all. As for why it's gone, I have to mention the number 1 sword in this large universe at that time. The number 1 sword! The woman smiled. I'm sure all of you've heard of the number 1 sword in the large universe from all those years ago. Yes, the sword supreme, Emperor Zanuin's sword. The other eye was lost in battle between the god races War God and Emperor Xianyuan. It was the sword supreme that took it. She glanced at the surroundings and smiled. Everyone, the sword supreme is with Yang Yi now. While its sword spirit hasn't awakened, it will, one day. If you're confident, you can go look for Yang Yi. Oh, allow me to give you a friendly reminder, Yang Yi is only at the Minor Zen realm right now, and he showed himself in Cosmic Star City recently. So, perhaps he's still around here. The woman smiled sweetly. Yang Yi glanced at her and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the woman restrained her smile and said, Everyone, this is a divine treasure, so it's slightly expensive. The starting bid is 5 million, and the minimum increment is 1 million. Suddenly, her voice stopped. Hiss! An instant later, her body split into 2, and her internal organs sprayed all over the ground. Chapter 2086 Woman in a White Dress. Chapter 2086 Woman in a White Dress. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Someone was here to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly and were filled with icy coldness. A middle-aged man started walking slowly towards the round platform. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged on him. Finally, the middle-aged man arrived on the platform. He ignored the old man and gazed at Elysium instead. There were complicated emotions in his eyes. Time changes everything, the old man suddenly said. Don't you know this is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? The middle-aged man didn't even turn around as he said, Did someone make you auction this, or did you get this yourself? The old man slowly clenched his fists. It seems you really are. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned around, and then a huge axe appeared in his grasp. He took it in both hands and swung it. Bang! The entire auction house was instantly obliterated. Countless people fled towards the surroundings. The might of a sage! This attack hadn't just destroyed the auction house, it had alarmed the entire city. The city naturally had its own management. After all, there were rules in the city, and since there were rules, someone naturally had to uphold the rules. So, as soon as the middle-aged man attacked, a voluptuous woman had arrived in the sky above the auction house. She glanced at the old man from the auction house and asked, Elderly, what's going on? Elderly gazed at the middle-aged man and said, You should ask him. The beautiful woman gazed at the middle-aged man, but the latter ignored her, and he just walked towards Elderly. One last chance? Did someone else put this up for auction, or did your Immortal Treasure Pavilion get it yourself? The woman wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man turned around and swung his axe. Hiss! The sound of space being torn apart resounded. Bang! The woman was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, Private business. Interfere again and die. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at the old man. Where's your headquarters? Their headquarters. At this moment, a solemn expression finally appeared on the old man's face. He knew that the middle-aged man wasn't just here to cause trouble, and the middle-aged man's background was definitely extremely great. Otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Cosmic Star City or go to Immortal Treasure Pavilion's headquarters. The old man calmed himself when he thought up to this point and said, My Immortal Treasure Pavilion may not be a big organization, but it isn't. The middle-aged man didn't say anything and just vanished on the spot. Bang! A wave of terrifying energy erupted in the city, and the entire city trembled. The beautiful woman's face fell. She was about to act when a divine sense locked onto her. Her expression changed upon sensing it and turned around. But right at this moment, the scene around her changed. She was in an expanse of the starry sky, and countless stars and space resided above her. She slowly clenched her fists and was about to attack. However, the stars above her suddenly trembled, and then they moved swiftly. As soon as that happened, a wave of mysterious energy appeared above the woman. She gazed up for quite some time. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and she spoke with disbelief. "Moving the stars! The god race! You're from the god race!" Meanwhile, endless starlight descended, and her voice stopped abruptly. 3 breaths of time later, her figure fell slowly from the sky while starlight flickered around her. Elder Lee's expression became extremely unsightly from the sight of this. At this moment, he truly understood that had far underestimated the power which stood behind the middle-aged man. When he saw the middle-aged man was about to attack again, Elder Lee hurriedly said, "It doesn't belong to my immortal treasure pavilion, and it was given to us by someone else." The middle-aged man stopped and asked, "Who?" The old man was slightly hesitant. "Kill him!" Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. At this moment, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot, and the world instantly changed around them. It darkened. The entire world had darkened, and then a huge axe shot down like a meteor within the darkness. Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. The dark world around them wasn't the real world. Because he possessed the sword domain, so he could clearly sense that it was an ethereal world created by the middle-aged man. The most terrifying part was that the might within the ethereal world couldn't affect the real world. Besides that, Yan Yi noticed that the middle-aged man seemed a little far beyond reach while within the ethereal world. Elder Lee's eyes were opened wide at the same time. "Changing the world? You're actually at such a level?" After that, a battle that shook the world rumbled through the ethereal world. Yan Yi didn't leave the ethereal world, and the middle-aged man didn't make him leave either. As far as he was concerned, he didn't want to miss the chance to watch a battle between sages from such a close distance. Sages could be considered as the top experts of this world, so a battle between them could definitely teach him a lot. However, Yan Yi didn't get to watch for long because it ended in an hour. The surroundings returned to normal. The middle-aged man was still there, and so was the old man. However, Yan Yi couldn't sense any signs of life from the old man. The middle-aged glanced at Elder Lee. "Are the sages so weak now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lee's figure gradually turned ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish completely. Another sage had fallen. In just an hour, 2 sages had lost their lives. Not long after Elder Lee perished, the sky trembled, and then a white-haired old man suddenly walked out from that expanse of space. He gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "Do you have enmity with my immortal treasure pavilion?" The middle-aged man replied with a question. "Who put up Elysium for auction?" The old man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "I can't tell you." "Kill him too." Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. He didn't say another word and just vanished on the spot. At the instant the middle-aged man vanished, the white-haired old man vanished too. Yan Yi entered the ethereal world again. But this time, the middle-aged man expelled him from it. In the beginning, Yan Yi didn't understand why, but it didn't take long for him to understand. It was because the middle-aged man had finally met his match. However, Yan Yi didn't give up and was about to enter again. Suddenly, a ray of starlight formed a screen that enveloped him, and then the scene before him changed. A dark world. 2 sages were in battle, and its intensity far surpassed Yan Yi's imagination. The ethereal world was collapsing and being obliterated, inch by inch. It was a true battle between sages. Yan Yi's face was extremely solemn, and he knew that he had no chance of winning against them. The scene before him proved that there was a difference in strength even between sages, and the gap between them was huge. Just like Elder Lee from before, his strength was far inferior when compared to the middle-aged man or the white-haired old man. Just like that, Yan Yi watched for almost an hour, and then the starlight around him suddenly dimmed down. At the same time, countless rays of starlight suddenly appeared in the gray world. As soon as they appeared, the white-haired old man's expression instantly changed. "You're from the god race." The scene before Yang Yi froze abruptly. Around 10 breaths of time later, the middle-aged man and old man appeared before Yang Yi. Both of them seemed fine on the outside. Suddenly, the old man said, "It was the sovereign of sky who entrusted it to us." He looked up at the sky and said, "Please spare my immortal treasure pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually turned ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish completely. Another sage had perished. Yang Yi noticed that many experts and hidden divine senses were sweeping here incessantly, but no one dared to show themselves. In less than 2 hours, 3 sages had fallen. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was about to leave when he found that he couldn't move at all, and then he vanished on the spot an instant later. Had been forcefully moved somewhere else. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi's figure stopped moving, and there was a middle-aged man in front of him. A woman in a white dress stood not too far away from the middle-aged man. She had her back towards him, so he couldn't see her face. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "How rare!" Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Huh!" She shook her head slightly and waved her hand. The middle-aged man walked over to Yang Yi, and then he raised a long box in front of Yang Yi. There was a silver spear in the box. It was Elysium. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression on his face. "What?" the middle-aged man said. "It's for you." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I want to know the answer to that too. Why is this being given to an extremely ugly and weak fellow?" Yang Yi felt speechless. Chapter 2087 Evolution. Chapter 2087 Evolution. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man with displeasure. Doesn't he know how to speak to others? Don't bring shame to it. The woman in a white dress spoke abruptly. Yang Yi was about to ask her something when she vanished into thin air. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. "Senior, who is she?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. "I was going to ask how you knew her." Yang Yi was astounded. "I know her?" the middle-aged man said. "You would be dead if she didn't, and would she have given Elysium to you?" Yang Yi asked. "Who is she?" The middle-aged man shrugged. "The strategist. The brains of my god race. I didn't say anything because she asked me to give it to you. Because if she does something, there's definitely a reason." "She knows me?" Yang Yi racked his brains but couldn't think who it was. Even though he knew many women, he didn't know any one of them who possessed such ability, and was a member of the god race. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "What is your god race planning?" The god race had been showing themselves frequently lately. Obviously, they were planning something. "What are we planning?" A smile appeared on his face. "You'll find out soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "While I don't know what kind of ability you possess, since the strategist thinks so highly of you and even gave you Elysium, it's clear that there's definitely something extraordinary about you. I look forward to fighting by your side." He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed up into the sky for a long time before he turned around and left. No matter what the god race was up to, it wasn't something he could interfere in. The enmity between the god race and the other races was something that no one could mediate. He felt that they would definitely fight, and it may occur very soon. At an empty place, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and entered the primordial pagoda once he determined there was no one here. Elysium! Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at the box before him. He hadn't expected that woman to give this weapon to him. He was a sword cultivator, but he was a body cultivator too. So, this halberd wasn't impossible for him to use, or it should be said to be very suitable for him. The halberd could be said to be better than the sword supreme in judgment now. Of course, that was because the sword supreme's sword spirit was in deep sleep, so its strength couldn't be fully revealed. After all, the sword supreme had taken one of the dragon eyes on the halberd. As for now, Elysium was clearly stronger than the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and took Elysium in his grasp. It felt icy cold. A moment later, the dragon scales around it started to tremble, and seemed like they would come to life at any moment. Yang Yi slowly exerted strength, and gradually raised Elysium. In an instant, a dragon roar resounded throughout the primordial pagoda, and it was filled with an endless will to fight that made others' blood boil. Yang Yi slowly lowered Elysium back to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook violently and cracked open. Strength. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He sensed endless strength within Elysium, and it was strength that came from Elysium itself. Moreover, his physical body couldn't endure that strength. His current physical strength couldn't endure it at all. Because dense threads of blood were already covering Yang Yi's right hand. His skin had cracked open. His body wasn't strong enough. Boom! Meanwhile, a wave of terrifying aura swept through Yang Yi, and then an ethereal white dragon appeared behind him. The Sky Dragon. Once Yang Yi used the Sky Dragon, he immediately felt much better. While it was still quite strenuous, he was barely able to use it. However, he couldn't use it for long. If he used it for more than 2 hours, he would definitely die of exhaustion. A smile curled on Yang Yi's face as he gazed at Elysium. At this moment, he felt like he could really fight a sage. Based on his current physical strength and Elysium's strength, he could definitely fight a sage. However, if he encountered an expert like the middle-aged man, then his strength was still a little insufficient. After that, Yang Yi started to get used to using Elysium. He didn't have any combat techniques, and he just trained with normal swings, flicks, stabs. Everything always converged back to the same place. So, he used Elysium like he would a sword. Big brother! Suddenly, an anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. He turned to look, and he saw Tian Xiu running towards him, while anxiety covered her face. Yang Yi flashed over to her and took her in his arms. What is it? She gasped for breath. Hurry! Snowy. Snowy? Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he immediately searched for Snowy. A moment later, he vanished on the spot with Tian Xiu in his arms. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to locate Snowy. She was floating in midair and trembling. What's going on? Yang Yi ran over to Snowy's side. Meanwhile, a terrifying wave of spirit energy swept out from Snowy and pushed Yang Yi away. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy with disbelief. What? Tian Xiu spoke softly. She ate that fiery flower, and then this happened. Fiery flower? Yang Yi was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to realize what it was. She's probably talking about that precious fire lotus, right? There's something wrong with the fire lotus? Such a thought appeared in Yang Yi's mind, but it only took a moment for him to deny it. The fire sprite had no reason to harm Snowy. Don't worry! Suddenly, a voice resounded, and Yang Yi saw Little Sky. Yang Yi was puzzled. Is she evolving? Little Sky nodded. Sprite lords have to evolve, of course. However, sprite lords like Snowy take a very, very long time to evolve once. Some even take over 10,000 years to evolve once. If it was under normal conditions, she would be far from being able to evolve. However, she has been absorbing violet energy in this pagoda, and she has been ceaselessly consuming all sorts of treasures. So, she's evolving in advance. Yang Yi asked? In advance? Little Sky nodded slightly. She's evolving in advance. The fire lotus she consumed was the last straw to start her evolution. Once she completes it, her abilities will be improved tremendously. At that time, her utilization of spirit energy will definitely be extremely terrifying. Moreover, she will be even more deterring to other sprites. In short, it's a good thing. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't really care if she was evolving or not, he was just concerned about her safety. Meanwhile, Little Sky spoke softly. Once she evolves, even sages will be extremely tempted to possess her. Not to mention sages, even those progenitors will be tempted. At that time, you can't let her go outside at will. Otherwise, the slightest mistake may cause countless sages to look for you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Many sages are already looking for me. Little Sky, am serious. Once Snowy completes her evolution, she'll become very, very useful. One of her abilities is gathering spirit energy. She'll be a natural spirit vein, and a top-rate one. You'll never have to worry about spirit energy with her by your side. Besides that, possessing a sprite lord like her will bring many, many more benefits. In short, you must be careful and don't let her run wild outside. Yang Yi smiled. I understand. I won't let her be so exposed in the future. But how long will this take? Little Sky replied. If it happened anywhere else, it may take very long. But if it's here, it'll take around a month at most. After all, the spirit energy here is abundant, and it's very, very good too. Moreover, the pagoda's spirit is helping her. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky. The pagoda's spirit is helping her? Little Sky nodded. The pagoda's spirit is protecting her, or to be more precise, it's helping her stay stable. What a lucky little fellow! Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Even he couldn't make the pagoda's spirit guard him while he advanced, but Snowy could. It could be said that with the pagoda's spirit there to protect her, her safety was guaranteed. What about you? Meanwhile, Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her with bewilderment. What about me? She spoke softly. What do you plan to do? Plan? Yang Yi smiled. What else can I plan? I have no plans. My first objective is to stay alive. If even staying alive is a problem, how can I possibly have the time to think about anything else? Little Sky smiled. True. Good luck. Right, I've placed Seer's soul in the Soulman casket, and it's working very well. Both Seer and Blood Maiden should be able to regain consciousness very soon. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Now, he had nothing else to worry about. He glanced at Snowy, and he noticed that she had calmed down. Suddenly Yang Yi frowned, and then he gazed at Snowy. I'm going outside to deal with something. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda once he finished speaking. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi withdrew a transmission stone. It was the stone Yang Lianshuang had given him before he left, and Yang Lianshuang's voice came from it. Experts from the god race are heading to the sky dimension. Your friend, Shao Qi, may be in danger. Are you going to go? The god race has gone to the sky dimension? Yang Yi frowned. Are they going to attack the sky race? Chapter 2088, The Dean. Yang Yi frowned as he stood on the spot. The god race has gone to the sky dimension. Yang Yi's heart sank. Are they planning to go to war with all the races right now? Yang Yi couldn't really figure out what the god race was planning. After all, if the god race acted against the sky race now, it was very likely that all the other races would join forces again. Of course, the god race was no fool, and they had definitely considered that. Yang Yi thought for a long time before he made his decision. Shao Qi. Even though he didn't have a good impression of the Sovereign of Sky, the Sovereign of Sky was the Sovereign of Sky, and Shao Qi was Shao Qi. Shao Qi had almost died to save him in the past. Moreover, she had been constantly helping him all along the way, and he wanted to see what the god race was planning. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the sky. The incident in Cosmic Star City immediately spread to all the races. This time, the god race had openly announced their return to all the races. The return of the god race made all the races start preparing for battle. Some started to recall the experts of their races, and some started to form alliances. However, the races didn't unite together as they had in the past. Presently, the god race wasn't the same overlord as it had been all those years ago, but the other races weren't the same either. A storm was brewing in the large universe. The sky dimension. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in the sky dimension. As soon as he entered it, he immediately sensed that something was off because the entrance wasn't guarded. Yang Yi immediately rushed towards the capital of Sky Dimension, Sky City. Sky City. At this moment, the defensive formation around the city was active, and pillars of multicolored light coiled around the sky above the city. Every single one of the pillars of light emanated horrifying energy. As for outside the city, there was a middle-aged man with a huge axe. This time, an old man was standing by his side. The old man was looking down slightly, and had his arms crossed before his chest. There was a spear between his arms. Besides that, there was another middle-aged man in white robes standing by the old man's side. The middle-aged man held a folding fan in his right hand, and there was a faint smile on his face. Sky City seemed like it was facing a formidable enemy. 3 sages. While the sky race wasn't something that just 3 sages could threaten, these 3 sages belonged to the god race. No race would ever underestimate the god race, not even the high and mighty sky race. They had no right to be proud before the god race. Suddenly, the city gates opened slowly, and then a middle-aged man walked out. It was the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky glanced at them and said, "What? Is the god race thinking of striking my sky race first? Striking your sky race first?" The middle-aged man in white robes chuckled. "What right does the sky race have for us to do that?" The Sovereign of Sky's face turned icy cold. "The god race isn't the same god race anymore." The white-robed man grinned. "But annihilating your race is still a piece of cake. Is that so?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of the Sovereign of Sky's mouth. "As expected of the god race. You're still as arrogant and conceited as before. Looks like you didn't learn how to be humble after what happened all those years ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, 5 old men appeared before him. All of them were sages. When he heard that the experts of the god race had arrived in the sky dimension, had decisively awakened some of the sages that were in closed-door cultivation. Besides that, he notified all the clans of the sky race to keep their sages ready at all times. The clans immediately agreed to this request of his. After all, could they continue surviving alone if their entire race was doomed? Even though the sky race engaged in internal strife all year long, all the powers in the sky race were very well aware that the only way to survive a situation like this was to stay united. It wasn't just the sky race, all the other races were the same. When facing chaos, every race would only be able to survive if it stayed united. Otherwise, they would vanish from the large universe, just like many other races had done so before them. "What a show of strength!" The white-robed man chuckled, and then he glanced at the sky. A moment later, the sky dimmed down, and then the entire world suddenly turned from day into night. An endless starry sky filled the surroundings. The sky above Sky City was covered in stars, and starlight covered the entire city. The Sovereign of Sky and the others' faces fell from the sight of this. "Someone actually set up a formation here without any of us noticing?" The white-robed man chuckled. "This formation is called Star Gatherer. Once it's activated, even 10 sages can't stop it. Of course, all of you will be fine, but this city will probably be lost. Sovereign of Sky, would you like to give it a try?" The Sovereign of Sky gazed at him for a long time before he said, "Tell me why you're here." Obviously, he was making a compromise. The white-robed man smiled. "I'm sure you've guessed why we're here. I don't know how you got our war god's Elysium, but I know that his corpse should be here in the sky dimension, right?" The Sovereign of Sky's face became extremely gloomy when he heard this. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He regretted auctioning off Elysium. Had auctioned it off for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to get a huge amount of wealth to make advanced preparations. After all, if war was coming, immortal crystals would be extremely precious. Because immortal crystals were needed for both growing stronger and healing. So, he wanted a huge amount of immortal crystals just in case. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He hadn't just auctioned off Elysium, had auctioned off other dirty treasures. As for the other reason, he wanted them off his hands. After all, they belonged to the god race, so if they stayed in the sky race's possession, it would definitely draw over the god race. So, he wanted to get them off his hands. But he hadn't expected the god race to openly show themselves. It was something Head never expected. Now, trouble was here. Suddenly, the white-robed middle-aged man said, 10 breaths of time. If the Sky Race doesn't hand it over in 10 breaths of time, then Sky City will cease to exist. The Sovereign of Man slowly clenched his fists. Fight them? Even though the god race was strong, just these 3 experts weren't enough to pose a threat to the Sky Race. Even with Stargatherer, they were still incapable of threatening the Sky Race. After all, the Sky Race had deep resources and reserves available to it, but they would have to pay a price. The Sovereign of Man was hesitating. Time trickled by. Right when the 10 breaths of time were about to be up, the Sovereign of Sky suddenly waved his right hand. A short while later, an old man appeared by his side, and the old man flicked a casket over to the white-robed man. The white-robed man glanced at the Sovereign of Sky, and then he opened the casket. A man was lying within it. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. After that, the middle-aged man with the axe, the other old man, and him bowed respectfully towards the casket. Respect. Heartfelt respect. During the battle all those years ago, too many had laid down their lives in battle to fight for a path to survival for the god race. The war god was one of them. It could be said that if the god race's patriarch, Shirtian, hadn't led a group to hold while the others escaped, the god race would have probably ceased to exist. That was why the god race was here to reclaim their war god's corpse. Meanwhile, the Sovereign of Sky's heart hurt quite a bit because of this. The war god's corpse was no ordinary corpse. If he absorbed it, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Head wanted to do so as soon as Head obtained it, but he wasn't confident in his ability to succeed. Even if he was only 80% confident, he still didn't dare. Presently, he couldn't allow himself to suffer any mishaps. Otherwise, the Sky Race would be doomed. However, this delay had caused him to lose it completely. The white-robed middle-aged man put the corpse away, glanced at the Sovereign of Sky, and then turned around and walked away with the others. At the same time, the formation above the city vanished. The entire city returned to normal. Should we contact the other races? Meanwhile, an old man by the Sovereign of Sky spoke abruptly. The god race is back again. I think that the races should join forces again, and will definitely be able to annihilate the god race. The Sovereign of Sky shook his head slightly. As it is now. For example, our Sky race and the human race. Do you think it's possible for us to join forces with them? The demon race too. Do you think they'll be willing to put aside the enmity between us? The human race and demon race are the same. Everything isn't the same anymore. Now, all the races can't reform that same unity again. Now, all the races only hope that the god race doesn't come looking for trouble with them, and they only plan to deal with their own problems. I think the god race won't just spare anyone. The old man spoke solemnly. We slaughtered so many from the god race during that battle, and the god race will never forget that enmity so easily. The Sovereign of Sky looked up at the sky. All we can do now is prepare for war. Notify the patriarchs of all the clans to see me in Sky City. The old man nodded slightly and left. Far away in space. In a room within Martial Emperor Academy. An old man glanced at the scroll before him, and then he closed his eyes slowly. The god race. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. A long time passed before he spoke softly again. Why did the god race go to him? Did they notice something? Dean, what are you trying to do? The unfettered one too. How strong is he? Dean, even you aren't confident in being able to kill him? Sigh, such chaos. Such chaos. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2089. The Woman. Yang Yi hadn't been able to get to Sky City because had been stopped in the sky. It was a woman in a white dress who'd stopped him, and it was the same woman from the god race. She kept her back to him, so he still couldn't see her appearance. Yang Yi looked straight at her and asked, "Why?" She replied softly, "Do you believe in destiny?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "I know you're curious about why I'm helping you. Actually, it's very simple. It's because you've helped me in the past. Due to some reasons, something happened to me, and I would have been in big trouble if it wasn't for you. Of course, there are some other reasons. But those aren't important." She paused for a moment and continued. "At that time, I planned to put an end to some of the karma between us, but I didn't expect that." She didn't continue speaking. Suddenly, 3 people appeared not too far away from them, and it was the 3 experts from the god race. The white-robed man glanced at Yang Yi and grinned. "Take good care of Elysium. Don't bring shame to it." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "What does the god race want from me?" Not only had they helped him, they'd given him a top-rate weapon. As far as he was concerned, the god race wanted something from him. The woman shook her head slightly. "You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much about it." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "Be careful." Yang Yi looked up at her. "What do you mean?" She replied. "There was once a memory seed within you. While it's gone now, the person who put it within you is not someone a sage can compare to. Even now, I can still sense how powerful that person is. However, what puzzles me is that someone seems to care about you, and that person is extremely strong too." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Someone told me something similar in the past. But do you know who it is?" She shook her head slightly. "All of what I've told you is the limit of my ability. Besides that, you have to be careful of the battle between the 4 paths. Their paths in the Tao are extremely important to those progenitors, and they will absolutely not allow their paths to be wiped out. As a successor of the Tao path, you've been swept into it. It can be said that you'll be walking on thin ice from now on." Yang Yi asked, "Aren't you afraid that the 4 paths will act against you?" She replied, "They have even stronger enemies to deal with. So, they don't have the ability to deal with us. Besides that, you must take good care of that little fellow with you. Don't let her fall into anyone's hands. She may be your savior in the future." "Little fellow!" Yang Yi knew that she was talking about Snowy. She continued, "No one knows what the future holds. Take care." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Besides the white-robed man, the other 2 vanished as well. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You should flee immediately." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The man smiled. "The strategist said that a sage is rushing in this direction, and he's definitely not coming for us. Obviously, he's coming for you. Good luck, haha." He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. "A sage! I've been exposed?" Yang Yi frowned, and then his expression changed. He vanished on the spot. Not long after he vanished, a black-robed man appeared where he had been, and the black-robed man glanced at the surroundings before vanishing on the spot. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword. At this moment, he was filled with questions. "How did I get discovered? This doesn't make sense. Has the Bodhi leaf stopped working? Or perhaps they found me with some other method? Or maybe a progenitor took action?" Yang Yi didn't dare let his mind run wild and sped up. He had to leave the sky dimension as soon as possible. He was enemies with the sky race, so if they found him here, then he may not have just a single enemy. Yang Yi was extremely fast, and it only took him a short while to leave the sky dimension. Right after he left the sky dimension, he sensed a powerful divine sense sweep out from behind him, and it was extremely fast to the point he couldn't avoid it, and was enveloped by it. The divine sense of a sage had been locked onto. Yang Yi's face fell. Now, he couldn't escape no matter what. Yang Yi didn't waste any more profound energy and just stopped. As soon as he did, a black-robed man appeared before him. At the same time, an invisible barrier enveloped the surroundings and sealed off his paths of retreat. Meanwhile, the black-robed man said, "You're difficult to find. Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man. "I'm a little curious. How did you find me?" The black-robed man asked. "Have you heard of the Heaven's Secret Hall?" Yang Yi shook his head. The black-robed man explained. "It's an organization that is said to be capable of observing the secrets of the heavens. For the sake of locating you, the Alliance paid a huge price, and it's a price that even the Alliance can't pay many times. So you must die today." Yang Yi shook his head, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. He smiled. "I don't want to die yet." The black-robed man replied. "I'm afraid that's not up to you." His figure vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, Yang Yi saw a ray of cold light flash before his eyes. Yang Yi tilted his head to the side while flicking his sword upwards. Bang! Yang Yi felt a huge wave of force act upon his hand, and it blasted him away. He hadn't even stopped himself when a huge palm suddenly emerged from the space above him, and then he clawed down at him. If it struck him, he would definitely be clawed into bits. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. He slapped both his palms down behind him to stop himself, and then he grabbed his sword and charged upwards. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. When fighting with an expert like this, he couldn't rashly dodge unless there was no other choice. Because once he dodged, he would be completely suppressed by his enemy. So, he chose to go head-on. The ray of light shot up into the sky and stabbed against the huge palm. The powerful energy contained within the palm caused Yang Yi's figure to tremble violently, and then he felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. However, the strength of his attack couldn't be underestimated either, so it caused the palm to crack open. Meanwhile, he grabbed his sword with his other hand and twisted it with both hands. Bang! The huge palm exploded apart, but Yang Yi felt something flash before him. Bam! An instant later, Yang Yi felt a wave of powerful force slam against his chest, and then his body was blasted away. He flew over 30 kilometers away before he finally stopped himself, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. At the same time, threads of blood appeared all around him. Had suffered a direct hit just now, and it had almost blasted his body apart. How surprising! The black-robed man spoke abruptly. While our investigation told us that you're not ordinary, I'm still quite shocked. You possess such strength at the Zen realm. To be honest, if you attain the Sage realm, then I'm afraid there won't be many sages capable of being a match for you. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to attain the Sage realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again, but Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward, and a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The Sword Domain. As soon as the Sword Domain enveloped the surroundings, the black-robed man stopped. He sized up the surroundings. It really is the Sword Domain. You're definitely one of the top geniuses in the human race's younger generation, and you may be the best. Unfortunately, not a single sage from the human race has come to your aid. Isn't it sad? What's so sad about it? Yang Yi laughed coldly. People should always rely on themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both his hands, and then a sword appeared in each of his palms. The tips of both swords were pressed against his palm and spinning above it. At the same time, a huge ethereal sword appeared within him. 3 swords. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then 3 rays of light flashed within the Sword Domain. Burial! Yang Yi had used one of his ultimate moves. Once the 3 rays of light flashed, the space within the Sword Domain started to tremble. If it wasn't for the Sword Domain, the space here would have probably exploded apart. For the first time, the black-robed man had a solemn expression in his eyes. He took a step forward and raised his hands. In an instant, the space within Yang Yi's Sword Domain rippled, and then waves of terrifying energy surged. In an instant, the space within Yang Yi's Sword Domain collapsed. 10 breaths of time later, everything returned to calm once more. Yang Yi and the old man were still here. However, Yang Yi's face was extremely pale, deathly pale even. He seemed extremely weak. As for the black-robed man, there was an injury on his chest. The black-robed man glanced at Yang Yi. I didn't expect myself to be injured by a Zen realm expert. Amazing! It was clearly a very high evaluation. Yang Yi closed his eyes. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying wave of pressure swept out from him, and then an ethereal dragon appeared behind him. At the same time, a weapon appeared in his grasp. Elysium! You! Suddenly, the old man spoke with astonishment. The Sky Dragon, how could you possibly? Yang Yi was stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2090, The Void Dimension. How does he know it's the Sky Dragon? Yang Ye's heart was filled with questions. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly appeared not too far before Yang Yi. He stared at Yang Yi and asked, Why? Why is it with you? Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man. He could see that the man's eyes were still staring at him, and it sent a slight chill down his spine. Yang Yi didn't attack since the black-robed man didn't attack, and he said, I obtained it while I was in the Sky Dimension. The black-robed man asked, Was it the Sky Emperor? Yang Yi nodded. At this moment he had a rough guess about which race the black-robed man was from. The black-robed man frowned. Why did he give it to a human? Yang Yi shrugged. I don't know. However, he didn't give it to me for free. He wanted me to help the Sky race when it's in need. The black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, Then why has the Sovereign of Sky constantly tried to kill you? Yang Yi shrugged. I was once friends with his daughter. He doesn't want there to be any link between me and his daughter, so he aroused the desire to kill me. Unfortunately, he hasn't succeeded. The black-robed man closed his eyes. He was hesitating on whether he should attack Yang Yi. The Sky Dragon was the symbol of the Sky race's guardian. As for the Sky Emperor, he was a person that the black-robed man had extremely great respect for. All those years ago, it had been the Sky Emperor who led the Sky race to becoming independent, and it was the Sky Emperor who got the Sky race a place in the large universe. It could be said that the Sky Emperor was someone the entire Sky race respected. The Sky Emperor was an extraordinary expert too, and he'd given Yang Yi the Sky Dragon. As soon as he thought up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Yi was a rare genius. Both Yang Yi's potential and strength were absolutely outstanding. In the future, once Yang Yi attained the Sage Realm, then besides the progenitors who practically never showed themselves in the outside world, no one else would be able to do anything to Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi had the Tao Path's support too. Once he thought up to here, the black-robed man had made his decision. He spoke in a low voice. I'm a sage of the Sky race. Since you're the guardian chosen by the Sky Emperor, I naturally can't act against you. However, I can help you for the sake of the Sky race's safety. Good luck! He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Why? Suddenly Yang Yi asked. Just because I'm the Sky race's guardian? The black-robed man stopped and replied. Since the Sky Emperor chose you, he definitely has his reasons. I'm doing this because of him, and not because I want you to do anything for the Sky race in the future. Of course, if you can remember the kindness he has shown you, that's naturally for the best. But it's fine if you don't. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the black-robed man's voice resounded. The Sage Alliance won't stop. That was all he said. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot. He hadn't expected this to happen. The black-robed man had actually chosen to stop fighting. Of course, it was a good thing for him. Because while he could fight the black-robed man, he didn't have a very good chance to win. He could only be considered to have a chance. Since the black-robed man was willing to stop, it was naturally for the best. Yang Yi put Elysium away and entered the primordial pagoda, recuperate. His entire body was injured from the battle. Under the effects of the primordial violet energy, it took less than 2 hours for his injuries to be completely healed, And then Yan Yi went to Snowy. Snowy was still evolving. Not being able to play with the mischievous little fellow for so long felt quite strange to Yang Wei. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu came to Yan Yi. Big brother, when will Snowy wake up? Yan Yi took Tian Xiu in his arms and smiled. Soon. Do you miss her? Tian Xiu nodded. Very much. Yan Yi smiled. Me too. However, we can't disturb her. Let her play with you after she completes her evolution, all right? Tian Xiu nodded, and then she tilted her head to the side and gazed at Yan Yi. Big brother, no matter what happens to me in the future, I won't forget you and Snowy. Yan Yi gazed at her and spoke seriously. Tian Xiu, why do you say that? She lowered her head and remained silent. Yan Yi asked softly. What's wrong? She replied. I don't know. I just have a very bad feeling. I don't want to lose both of you. I won't lose both of you. Yan Yi rubbed her head gently. You won't. So long as you don't leave us, then we will never leave you. While he did say that, Yan Ye's heart sank. Tian Xiu was no ordinary little girl, so he took the change in her emotions very seriously. He didn't know what would happen to her in the future. If she became a good person, that would be good, but if she became a bad person, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. That was what Yan Yi was worried about. After playing with Tian Xiu for a while, Yan Yi left the pagoda. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. As soon as he emerged from the pagoda, he received a message from Yang Lianshuang. Yan Yi withdrew the transmission stone, and Yang Lianshuang's voice came from it. Something huge has occurred. Something huge? Yan Yi frowned because her voice was very solemn. Meanwhile, her voice resounded again. The Bodhi tree of legend has appeared. The Bodhi tree? Yan Yi asked. What do you mean? She explained. It's a divine treasure. According to rumor, the progenitor of the Buddhist path relied on it to attain the Tao and become a progenitor. Simply speaking, it's very likely to be able to help a sage take that final step out of the sage realm and become a progenitor. Since the Buddhist progenitor used it all those years ago, it vanished, and everyone thought it was in the Buddhist path's possession. However, it had a spirit of its own, and it hadn't chosen to go with the Buddhist progenitor. It left on its own. Yan Yi asked. How do you know? Yang Lianshuang said. I learned about it from my research. However, I don't know if it's true. But the Bodhi tree has shown itself. It's in the void dimension. The void dimension is an independent world in the large universe, and it's the first world to be found outside the large universe. Only endless black holes are beyond it. Perhaps only progenitors are able to find out what's at the end of those black holes. Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. Is the information reliable? 90%. Yang Lianshuang continued. I've looked through other pieces of information, and the Bodhi tree does appear from time to time. Of course, I dare not guarantee that it is the Bodhi tree. However, I suggest you go take a look. But don't fight for it, because if it's the real Bodhi tree, then the sages of all the races and many other sages will fight with their lives to obtain it. At that time, even if you can get it, it won't be yours. Yan Yi asked. Then why are you asking me to go there? Fool! Yang Lianshuang spoke slightly loudly. You don't have to obtain it, but perhaps you'll be able to advance in your cultivation if you see it. In short, it's an opportunity, so you have to try. Moreover, based on your strength, you should be safe so long as you don't fight for it. Yan Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang added, It's a good opportunity. It's good even if you're able to just take a glance at it. If your luck is good, and you obtain a Bodhi fruit, or even a Bodhi leaf, it's still a huge gain. However, you must be careful, because if I'm not wrong, all the races, the four paths, and some other mysterious organizations have probably heard of this too. So, there should be a huge number of experts rushing to the void dimension right now. Yang Lianshuang paused for a moment and continued. Actually, if I'm to be honest, I really hope that you can get it, and you have a very, very good chance. After all, you have that treasure in Snowy. Isn't Snowy very skilled at deceiving others? Snowy suddenly sneezed in the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Can it really help someone become a progenitor? Yang Lianshuang replied. Perhaps it's a little exaggerated, but its effects are definitely prominent too. Even if it can help you become a progenitor, you will definitely benefit tremendously from it. Otherwise, all those powers wouldn't be tempted by it. So, what do you think? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. What will happen to me if I get it? She replied. You'll definitely be pursued by all the races and countless other experts. In any case, you have to be brave to get anything, and the cowardly get nothing. Moreover, I refuse to believe that existence in the Tao path really doesn't care about you at all. Perhaps he's not doing anything now in order to temper you, but if he still doesn't help you at that time, then there's no point for you to stay in the Tao path. It's better to go to the other paths instead. Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he withdrew the Bodhi leaf he had. Yang Yi felt that this Bodhi leaf was probably from that Bodhi tree. Just a single leaf could conceal his aura and make sages unable to find him, so what about the whole tree? Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he said, All right, I'll go have a look. I'll take it if I can, and if I can't, I'll still get a few leaves. That's still worth it, Yang Lianshuang said. Be careful. I'll continue gathering information about all the races at all times, and then I'll select the useful pieces of information and send them to you. Besides that, the God race may take action, so be careful. They're mysterious and powerful. While they're still in hiding now, I believe it won't be long before they make all the races tremble before them. The God race! Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The God race had merely shown the tip of the iceberg that was the God race, but just that tip had instilled extreme fear into the Sky race. Yang Yi spoke with Yang Lianshuang for a while longer, and then he put the transmission stone away and vanished into the sky. To the void dimension. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.